Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the round 6 of Russian Superfinals.
Hello,
Here we
good
are
afternoon,
again.
everyone.
My colleague Grandmaster Pavel Tregubov and
Daniil the Yuffa.
Yeah, and once again, we're welcoming you to our broadcast. And the game just have started, and we have two leaders in the main section, and seemingly no surprises. Sergei Karakin and Yan Nepomniachtchi, two rating favorites, are heading towards to the first place, and they didn't have yet the direct encounter, but seemingly after the rest they will face each other. I don't remember in which round exactly, and here you can see the cross table of the men's section. Yan Nepomniachtchi and Sergei Karakin 3.5, and Vladimir Fedoseev 3 out of 5 plus 1. Nikita Vityugov 3 out of 5, and probably these lads are.
Nikita Vityugov is on 50%.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's basically it. Fedoseev is on Sol plus 1.
Yes, so Nikita Vityugov lost his game to Sergei Karakin, and he dropped down to the 50%
Right.
swamp. Well, and Fedoseev and of course Nepomniachtchi and Karakin are seemingly will fight for the first place, but this tournament never was quite expectable, and we can still, I would say, expect some surprises after the rest day, probably some boost even from the lower side of the cross table. And in the women's section, we've got Polina Shuvalova with 100% score, being 5 out of 5, beating Gunina with black pieces yesterday. That's quite impressive. I don't know exactly what is her rating performance, but it should be over at least 2800. So Magnus Carlsen performance, well. And today, Polina Shuvalova facing Natalia Pagonin. It should be quite tense, but well.
Polina has white pieces today.
Should we expect her proceeding, killing her opponents on the board? I mean, just crushing, killing, destroying, whatever, humiliating. And yeah, all of this.
And she's followed by Alexandra Gorechkina.
Yeah, Alexandra Gorechkina being plus.
Was comfortable plus 3 for the moment.
I'm playing against Alexandra Kostyanyuk, so it's gonna be quite tense. Olga Gira playing against Grigorieva Yulia. Maybe it's a good time for Gira to come back, to start her comeback right from today, and hopefully Yulia Grigorieva will fight strongly and not allow her stronger and more experienced opponents crush her. And Gusev facing Galyamova. Koshlinskaya playing against Garifulin. It should be interesting for sure. And Yetman against Gunina. Well, we expect some attack for the black pieces, some sacrifices, and the result fully depends on if Valentina. I mean, it will depend on two factors. The first factor, will White manage to protect from all threats of their king, or will Black manage to find the right moves after the, let's say, hypothetical row sacrifices? And yeah, so I think what is a headliner for today in the men's section? Probably Vityugov against Fedoseev, and Karakin against Matlakov should be quite interesting. Also, Svidler against Chigaev. Well, all of the pairings are quite interesting. Artemy Fisipenko, youngster clash, Antipov against Zubov, two very entertaining players. Very unusual. And in the women's superfinal, yeah, once again, just to remind you, Shuvalova against Pagonina, no doubts.
And Kosteniuk Garechkina, I think we have two main games in the female section.
Yeah. By the way, I know that, well, I've tried to figure out how many players against I've played in my career. In the men's section, I've never played against Sergei Karekin in the official game.
But in any of them, classical or rapid or whatever?
No, only friendly blitzes. And against others I've played. Yes, I've played at least once. And in the women's superfinal, I don't know, I think I've played against Alexander Kosteniuk, Alexander Garechkina 3 times.
Good question, by the way.
Never played against Olga Gira, neither Grigorieva, Guseva, Galyamova, neither Kashlinska, neither Garifulina, neither Shuvalova, and so I think I've lost a couple of games in Rapid and Blitz to Valentina Kurina.
Really?
Yeah. I think in the women's section, I've never won even a single game against women I played against. I had 3 draws against Garechkina, a draw against Kosteniuk, and 0-2 against Gunina. I think I have a better score against the participants in the men's section.
That's just funny enough. Yeah, I did play quite a lot of participants on this super final. Cannot say that the score is impressive, but maybe not that bad actually. Yeah, I never played Goganov. Who else? I'm not sure I played Dubov. No, probably not. No. I have a very bad score against Fedoseev. I never played Isipenko.
Yeah, for sure you played against Svilla and I think...
Yeah, all the others, I think.
And Karekin?
And probably all the others.
Well... I haven't played against Nepomniachtchi, by the way, in official games, but we've played a lot of friendly blitzes. So Karekin and Nepomniachtchi, I've never played an official game against them.
I managed to beat Jan when he was too young.
When he was too young?
Yeah. Maybe he was about 15 or something. I don't remember.
But nevertheless, I think he was already 2500.
Yeah. This game was played on Russian
High League?
High League probably, or probably High League.
Have you ever played Superfinal?
No. Well, it's...
so you managed to win the European individual, but you never played Superfinal?
Yeah, I managed to win some quite few big European Opens, including the major Opens, and including the European champ. I've never qualified to the Russian Superfinal. Yeah, that's... Well, it's not such a big surprise. I mean, the Russian High League is a extremely strong tournament, and
like my best score in Russian High League is 50%. So, but let's say I passed 2 rounds in the World Cup. I shared first in Gibraltar, but my best score in Russian High League is 50%.
Yeah. Well, my best achievement is certainly the European champ, but then I won also some famous tournament, like I won of shared first place, and for example, Pavel or in Lost Boys. Well, it used to be a quite strong and famous tournament in Amsterdam. Then, I finished 4th in Aeroflot. Also, in Gibraltar, my best performance was +4, maybe. And in Russian High League, I managed.
Yeah, that's an exceptional tournament.
To tie for the first one time. It was a huge time. It's +3. I guess first 11th, and I finished 10th.
Wow! How many rounds? 11.
11. Yeah, we scored 7 out of 11.
When it was?
It was 2007, I think.
Should be something like Krasnoyarsk.
Krasnoyarsk, right?
Okay. maybe it's time to look upon the games.
Yeah, probably.
Finally. And what do we have? We have, so Svidar Chugayev is on the screen. Rylop is classical with d3. So it means no marshal. It's anti-marshal. c3.
Mm-hmm.
So d6 is, well, I think originally b7, b5 was the most popular move, but then d6, which seems to be quite interesting because now black forces white to play c3. Otherwise, b5, bishop b3, knight a5 is the possible threat.
Always, yeah. And this structure after d6, when e5 pawn is already protected, is b5, knight a5.
So c3 castle, okay, well d6 shouldn't surprise Peter as being like, I think he plays Rylop as even more than I live on this planet. Rook e8, rook e1, bishop f8. And white has a variety of options. Bishop, well, it's still unnecessary to retreat on c2, but well, at least I'd say d4, d3, d4. Is it possible? Can it come over there?
Well, d4 should always be considered in the Rylop strat. So I don't know in this particular moment if it is possible.
I think I would expect b7, b5, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
And even bishop b3 is fine. Let's say bishop b3. Still controlling the center, black still has a variety of options. Let's say they can proceed with bishop b7. Or either play knight a5. Let's say knight a5, and then I go bishop c2. I mean, the point of bishop b3 was, I mean, not talking about the theory, because there might have been like a bunch of games played in this particular line. Bishop c2 could also be played. Then, I don't know, let's say e takes d4, knight b4. Is it that good or not? Or maybe it's just a waste of time? I mean, I'm trying to get the difference between bishop b3 and bishop c2. Let's say e takes d4, c takes d4, knight b4, bishop b1. But then knight could be potentially stuck on d4.
Maybe c5, yeah?
c5, let's say d5.
Mm-hmm.
I think it also could be the theory. But, well, I can't get the whole point, because like a3 is coming, c5, c4, seemingly not there. Well, I do not really believe. Let's say if a5, then still a3, knight a6, the knight is a bit misplaced on a6, white should be better. The other possible move, I think, is even a4.
Maybe not knight b4 immediately. Maybe, I mean, this looks quite good for white.
No, bishop somewhere, or
bishop b7 or... Yeah.
But then should we take on d4, by the way?
No, not necessarily, of course.
I mean, like bishop b7 could come instantly. Bishop b7, and then I think like a2, e3 is even a possible move. Aimed against knight b4 in some lines, or
so
whatever.
Somehow after bishop b7, white cannot play knight f1 anymore. So what to do then?
Yeah, of course, because e takes pawn,
and
c takes knight b4.
Knight b4.
Well, obviously they can, but it will lead to very, I would say, not pleasant consequences. Okay, so bishop f8. Obviously, the players know this position and show the best of Rylop on the board. Artemiev against Yesipenko. Wow, what's that? e4. I've never seen it, by the way. Is it possible in this position? Bishop e7, d3 castle, bishop f4, c5, e4. But white still spends some time.
I've never seen bishop f4 even. Bishop
f4 could be the move. I mean, I think it's just an attempt to get the new game, because like c5, well, c5 is needed, and e2, e4. I mean, it should be a prep. Otherwise, well, what was the reason to play bishop f4? Let's say pawn takes pawn has to take out... well, I can't see anything else. Let's say queen takes or knight e4 first. I mean, what do we check first? What is most principled? The knight e4. So what was the point? Just to play for the compensation? Let's say queen e2. Yeah, I've never seen it. I think Yesipenko might be shocked with e4 because you couldn't really expect e4 in this position.
Strange.
Usually white plays knight b d2 and then e4 and the pawn is protected and...
No, but here with bishop at f4, I don't know if knight d2 is a good idea.
No, of course not. I mean, like instead of bishop f4, knight d2 or knight c3, which is more common, e4, d takes, pawn takes. Yeah, knight e4 probably is an accuracy because we leave the queens on the board and it means that usually being in some material up, it's better to trade the major pieces or any pieces. I mean, this is just a common rule. Queen e2, let's say knight retreats to f6 or either d6, then still rook d1. I think it should be, well, at least some compensation for white for sure.
It's not easy to find a good place
but e4 was very, very peculiar. So the other game is, well, there are a bunch of other games. Let's say Antipov against Dubov, c3. I think that's some kind of Kramnik stuff. So c3, waiting for black to respond. Like, I don't know what's wrong with like c6 and just repeat the setup, but just with an opposite color. Let's say c6, bishop f4, or what's going to be played there? What would be played there, by the way? Yeah, let's say bishop f4, I mean, just a new position. Bishop f5.
And queen b6 also.
Or even queen b6. Let's say queen b6, queen b3. Still you can repeat.
Yeah, but the question if I need to repeat, huh?
No, I mean, you're not obliged to, but, well, the position was equal, will be equal, and the result will be draw. I mean, yeah, but I'm a bit puzzled why Antipov plays such kind of awkward openings. He's being -2 in the tournament.
Yeah, but
what was the reason?
Just to get Daniil, who is famous for his open preparation, just out of
okay, but he is not much worse a player. He's 2700 player.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, if he would play against some average 2550 theoretician from Europe or from, I mean, nowhere on the world, maybe it would have some sense. But you play against the guy who won at least the World Rapid in 2018, scoring 11 out of 15. It means that at least he doesn't play much worse than you. So what was the reason just to pull off this c3 stuff? I don't know. So bishop g6, well, that's, by the way, that's the best setup. I mean, that's the best order of moves for black. It means that if white plays d3 trying to transpose to some kind of ready, black may play e5, and then with this knight on c6, this knight goes to e7, which is more convenient for black to, well, just a better setup. So I mean, I'm very surprised with this thing, and I see nothing wrong with black to repeat the moves. Well, basically, there might be some theory I'm not very familiar with, but c3, a4. This is not the way you're gonna bounce back being -2 in the tournament. So maybe I'm criticizing too much, but I'm a bit disappointed with with the whole concept of white's play.
No, at least now we can see the point. Probably after a5, white will play queen b3, I guess.
Probably yes.
And then
okay, so we'll see, but
a5 will not be played, I guess.
A5 will not be played. Black has a bunch of moves. I think they can even try knight d7 or knight e4,
bishop f5 maybe.
Bishop f5, whatever.
Bishop f5, a5. This is the idea, right? And queen b3.
Yeah, I mean, even there.
And Daniil reacted quite quickly.
A5 still. So what?
Still a5, yeah. A5.
So it means that if queen b3.
Well, trying just to prevent light square.
Well, we
bishop
can still play
development.
like knight d7 and
Yeah,
nothing
and
wrong
bishop
with it.
f4
Bishop
and
f4 and
queen,
still queen b6.
queen b6. But
whatever.
then okay,
Knight d2.
knight d2 probably.
So I mean, like you gain a pair of tempos. Okay, knight h5.
Yeah.
I mean, it's complicated for sure, and probably white is even slightly better. But I can't really get the point of this c3 a4 because after c3, black has like a variety of moves. I mean, I may understand Daniil's reaction because he just like like basically the c6 in 5 says and shouts like, "Okay, come on, just show me what do you have there," and we'll see what Mikhail really has there. So he's like a bit better on time, but most likely that he haven't analyzed this position deeply because there is nothing to analyze. It's just a game with, well, mutual chances, but in this position you would rarely surprise your opponent.
No, I agree. Yeah. It doesn't look like the most critical
Yeah, for sure.
way to play the opening.
Okay, Vityugov against Fedoseev. What do we have? Oh, this is interesting, by the way. That was Nimso-Indian. Knight f3, b6, e3, bishop b7, the very old line. Castle, castle, c5. I think like, yeah, knight a4 for sure. Pawn takes, e takes, rook e8. a3, bishop f8, knight c3, h6. This is somewhat, I know that it could be slightly better for white, but this is somewhat I really like to play with black pieces. Yeah, the point being that our king is more or less safe, and black has a variety of plans. So of course, d7, d5 has to be considered any move. Maybe white could play d5 by themselves, but then it leads to another type of position.
d6 is normally
d6, g6, bishop g7 is also possible.
Then knight goes to c6, e7 sometimes on d7.
Yeah. So for sure, this is quite
very flexible,
very flexible setup for black. Yeah.
But okay, on the same time, a little bit passive as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Can white really play b2 before?
Yes, he can. But no, for example, now b4 immediately. Yeah, it makes sense because black will never get the opportunity to play d5 now.
Because of c5. That's true. But then, like, could a5 have some drawbacks? I mean, like weakening b5 square.
Even b5.
Even b5 and then d5. Could it be the answer? I mean, my initial idea was like after a5, trying to play rook b1. I mean, like you're weakening this b5 square. Potentially, it may make sense.
Not maybe knight c6 then.
Yeah, let's say rook b1, knight c6, play b5 then.
Knight e7.
Knight e7, well, and and the game goes on. I just play e4 or bishop f4, something out of there. Yeah, okay, probably black is quite solid. Black is quite solid.
Right.
I mean, that's why I just like this setup. Probably computer can like say that plus 0.27, plus 0.3, but in terms of human play, it's quite difficult to prove that computer is right. I mean, if you just know the evaluation and two humans being playing, most likely white will have nothing really special. Loganov against Nepomniachtchi, we've got another Vienna, and basically the same position we've seen yesterday in a Kostinyu game against Getman, but the king is on h8 as it was.
Oh, black did not play f5 in this.
And game. Again, white didn't play a4, which seemed to us the main line after knight d5, knight b5, knight b6, a4 there. I mean, at least in the opinion of some 2018-year Lila Chess Zero gives white an advantage.
Also some 2800 player.
Yes, unknown.
Play this at least once or maybe even
some unknown
once.
2800 player. So rook d1 and well.
But Queen d2 f4 used to be a main line before.
Yes. So that's like old modern theory, I would say, because d takes c4, b5 is kind of new. I mean, it just became popular maybe a couple of years ago. I mean, and on the constant basis, I can't remember whom was playing this line. I remember a game between Yesipenko and Maksud Loin Aeroflot 2018, if I'm not mistaken.
b5.
b5, knight b5. Kirill Alexeyenko used to play this line for a couple of games. And who else? Like b5. I think even somebody from
Maxoglu played it for many occasions.
Yes, yes. So Maxoglu, it's one of the main
Nakamura.
lines. Nakamura. Okay, so but Rook d1 is a different position. Maybe, okay, I think Aganov have seen the game between Getman and Kostyanyuk. At least he scrolled it up. Scroll it down, and Rook d1 is played. I think White's queen was on g4, because otherwise now f7, f5 doesn't make that much sense. Let's say if we play f7, f5 over there, it shouldn't be that good. Maybe h2, h4, or just pawn goes.
Well, first of all, I don't feel it necessary to play a5 in this position.
Yeah, at this pawn, the pawn is hanging.
Yeah, we're getting worried about our king position when White's bishop is on c2.
Yeah.
Then, I mean, it makes more sense. With bishop on e2, I don't feel it, I mean...
Just to expand on the king side, but sometimes White can really attack on the king side. Let's say bishop g5 for knight g5 can be the idea.
It's hard to believe. Once again,
okay,
with bishop on e2,
maybe it's still not an attack, but at least I'll put some pieces very nearby to the king.
The pawn on e5, of course, we should consider always some attacking possibility for White. But I would not get worried here. I mean, I would try to, I don't know.
Let's say bishop b7.
Yeah, to improve my pieces somehow.
Or even bishop a6 first, because bishop a6 is also very common. Let's say bishop a6. And if a4, then bishop b7. This is one of the ideas. Maybe not there. But knight b4 is played.
Knight b4 played instead,
yeah, once.
So a7 is not hanging for some reason, I guess.
Maybe a lot of bishop d7 simply, or rook a8.
Yeah, probably bishop d7, queen d7 as well. I don't know. Yeah, that's some.
Or can Nepomniachtchi really be bluffing?
No.
I mean, potentially he can. We know, but seemingly that's at least taking some time. And well, knight e7 could be the move. Okay,
no,
the
bishop
bishop
is hanging.
Yeah,
sorry,
so let's say bishop d7, and we can't really play a4 because black has more captures on a4. And that's the problem, how to retreat the knight from a7. Maybe it's not losing, but at least this is something you don't... just taking on the pawn on the angle of the board, let's say a7, it reminds me the second game in the match, or the first game in the match, Spassky-Fischer, when Fischer took on h2. And usually the minor piece could be trapped.
Yeah, bishop
h2, g3, and the bishop endgame was won by Boris, and well, because simply White has taken this bishop, played king f3 or king f1, king g2. Okay, knight b4 is played. What else White can do there? So usually knight d3 is also threatening, at least on the level, just on the level of threat, level of idea. Yeah, let's try to develop the initiative on the king side somehow. Let's say bishop g5. Looks a little bit pointless because you can also play bishop b7, and I can't really say I wanted to take on e7. So it means that with the bishop on e2, despite the fact that black's pawn structure is worse, the pawn on c4 protects the d3 square, and bishop on e2 placed not in the most common way, because with this setup on the king side with queen already being on g3, it means that White could, well, at least think about the attack, but cannot really proceed with. So knight b4. Yeah, if let's say knight g5, it still doesn't really create a threat. Still black can play bishop b7. Well, yeah, queen h3 is illegal because the knight is hanging. Otherwise, yeah, otherwise it's just a game with the mutual chances, and in terms of human evaluation, black is fine. Okay. By the way, like Svidlichigov 14 moves already been made, and it can be the theory, right?
So d4 was played finally,
Yeah,
right?
d4,
Mm-hmm.
bishop c2, e takes d4, c takes bishop g4. Yeah, I can recall the theory, but I couldn't recognize what was wrong with h2, h3 there. Maybe bishop h5 still. Yeah, because otherwise it's just pointless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and maybe h3 is not such a useful move in case you play knight f1 now, yeah?
Probably yes, but could it be like still g4?
Mm-hmm.
I see nothing wrong with it.
But still, bishop g6, and I mean,
Is
well,
knight
white has
g4 is possible, by the way?
maybe this is a different story. But what about bishop g6 simply?
Bishop g6.
And knight on d2 is still stuck.
Yes, and
cannot move.
I think I wanted to play d5. But d5. Well, knight d5 is not possible because the rook is protected. It could be possible if the rook hasn't been protected because of rook e1 or queen or bishop c2. But then bishop g6, just white has no idea. Let's say d5.
Yeah, then good question about d5. Yeah.
And where to retreat?
But what about knight b8, for example?
Knight b8, for example.
Because the problem of e4 pawn is not resolved.
Yes, that's correct.
But knight h4 now,
knight f1, I think also. Sorry.
If I take.
Yeah, you can take.
Yeah, but
so
maybe
knight
knight
h4, and we have to calculate some lines connected with knight e4, knight d5. Probably they do not work. And they do not. Seemingly.
As if bishop takes g5 then, yeah? Or bishop takes, sorry?
Bishop takes, that's a good question. Yeah, let's say if bishop takes, maybe we can try bishop takes.
Knight takes?
Knight takes, knight takes.
Knight takes, yeah. And
let's say if queen takes h4, at least
F6,
white has knight f6. Probably was a better position, or even winning.
No, of course, yeah.
Okay, well, but you could retreat on a5 and your rook would have been protected. So, but that's...
So probably knight b8 was not... Yeah, but there should be something here, right?
Yes, so obviously there has been some reason why Svidler played knight f1, bishop e3, pawn takes, knight h5. Yeah, I think that's the popular, the well-known position. At least there has been some games. But frankly speaking, I don't know how white will proceed. Like in terms of logics, like let's say knight g3.
Yeah, but the point is queen h4.
Yeah, queen h4 seemingly. And whatsoever. Knight f5, queen h3. And black has quite a simple plan to
f4
bring the rook.
f4, no, it is not, yeah? No. F4,
yeah,
knight f4.
Yeah, okay, we can just show it. Let's say knight.
And queen g5.
And queen g5. Well, white may pretend that they're not worse, but of course they are.
If we start with knight f5 as you showed and then f4. No,
Sorry,
but it looks...
Knight g3, queen h4.
Looks strange, yeah. f4...
There might be some tactical blows.
Maybe, yeah. Well, my idea is to come back to g3 and get rid of this...
Of the knight.
Of the knight, yeah. This is...
Of the nightmare. Well, that's...
And also rook e3 is threatening, right?
Yeah, and also rook e3 is
threatening. It makes some sense.
Okay, let's say if we play rook e6, there is knight g3 at least.
Knight g3, rook g6 still? I don't know.
Or take rook h6, I don't know, rook h6 instantly.
Rook g6, I thought, but maybe rook h6, maybe you're right, yeah.
Yeah, rook h6, f5, something very strange.
Yeah, no, okay, it's getting...
Well, it's very complicated, and knight h5, it should be a theory. It should be a theory because, Maxim spent only 7 minutes. He couldn't move like knight h5.
Well, otherwise, after knight g3, queen h4, white can just exchange knights immediately.
And play bishop.
And bishop e3, yes.
Bishop e3 or...
Bishop e3,
the most
then with idea f4.
Can we play just
f4?
f4.
And queen will
probably
go.
Queen h4.
And I have time to regroup my pieces with queen f3, rook
queen
d1.
And even queen g3. Yeah. So with the pair of bishops, white seems to be a bit better. Okay, well, knight h5 is played. Probably there is just a long theory. Artemiev against Yesipenko, knight e5. And there we can, like with full responsibility, say that bishop f4, e4, at least a very rare line, or even a novelty. But knight c6, knight e5. I don't know what was the reason to play knight c6, by the way, but now white transposed to the position with the colors reversed, and it means with an extra tempo to the line I'll show you. At least it's okay, we can reach it with even there. Let's say g6, c4, bishop f5. It reminds me of this stuff, which seems to be quite playable for black. But this position, I think, can potentially be better, at least in terms of human playing.
The idea is just to put some immediate pressure on d5,
yes.
as far as I understand. Just take knight c3. If black goes d4, then knight e2, and white can develop his initiative on the king side.
Yeah, so what black has to do there? I don't know. Let's say knight d4 is just pointless.
Still, taking on e5 seems the most natural way to proceed.
Yeah. Take, and how to equalize. Because knight c3 will be played, or either knight d2. Of course, white's position is preferable, no matter what the evaluation is.
Okay, what if? Okay, let's consider the most, principal way. Okay, b6, bishop b7.
b6, okay. Maybe we can try some.
Maybe just
some tactics. I don't know.
No, maybe just knight. Or
I think
even,
I would
c4.
I would even consider c takes d5.
No, okay, yeah, I agree. Yeah,
e takes
and maybe
c4.
Yeah, c4, knight c3.
That's the one possible. Yeah, like after b6, maybe white has plenty of good options.
And bishop d6 here
instead of b6, right?
Yeah.
If bishop d6, I was wondering I'm winning a pawn, but I forgot that my b2 is hanging. But still, I think this position should be at least in slight favor of white, at least on the board. Let's say you take on b2, I play knight d2. At least it's easier to play with white. Because his b7 pawn is potentially weak. This bishop is quite strong. I have a very easier play.
Right. So that's not that easy.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised that if computer says that black is slightly better.
Slightly, no, not better, but maybe not worse. Maybe not worse. Yeah. But okay, yeah.
But this position I do like for Artemiev, and again, we remember the game between Yesipenko and Dubov, where Yesipenko hesitated to play e5, sacrificing a pawn, and again, e4. Maybe semi-bluff just works quite well for Artemiev because knight c6 seemingly not to be the best move. Still, black had to play in the most principled way. Take on e4, probably take on d1, rook d1, knight e4. Well, for sure, white has a good compensation, but it shouldn't be better for sure. The position is more or less equal. I don't believe there could be a forced way for
white.
Yeah, otherwise in this position.
But it's tricky because the queen side is not developed, and okay. Yeah.
As far as I know, in this position, the computer says it's like minus 0.2 average, and for sure, bishop f4, c5, e4 shouldn't give white an advantage.
Should not change this radically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it means, of course, knowing the evaluation, that I'm 100% sure Andrei known. It's much easier to play when you know the evaluation because you know for what result you're playing for. Let's say if your opponent gives you sacrifices your opponent in a slightly worse position, of course you should take it. So knight e5, and now I do like white. Now I do like white. I prefer white there.
So in your opinion, Andrei just missed the.
He not missed. Probably he was. Well, it's not about being shy. It's about being a bit scared of the threat that comes from nowhere. That's very hidden. You have to be at least not brave, but at least.
Principled.
Yeah, at least principled. Yeah.
Okay. So it seems like we made a round over the men's section. Let's see what's going on in, well, first of all, in the leaders game, yeah. Shuvalova Pagonina. Oh,
We've got Catalan.
Yeah,
so the tournament for the Catalan thematical tournament for Polina Shuvalova, by the way. Bishop G2, Bishop B4, Knight C3. Wow. That's something very, very rare.
Actually, this is transposition to Nimzo, right? Or well, I don't know.
Yeah, it should be the transposition to Nimzo with G3, right?
Yeah, I would call it Nimzo with G3 rather than Catalan, but I mean...
Castle Knight F3, D takes C4. Well, that's all, everything well known. Knight C6.
And Knight C6,
is not the most popular, I guess.
But possible, yeah?
What is the most popular line, by the way?
After Castle, yeah.
Of course, Knight C6 could be the Knight C6 could be the move.
I don't remember actually, because I remember more or less lines after A3, but after Castle.
That's a good question.
C5 should be among the...
But could it be the idea that after C5 I can even take on C5? And at some point I received the position with just like a normal Catalan, but you spend tempo playing Bishop B4 because I take on C5 and at some point I'm forcing you to take.
I would not, I mean, capture on C5 immediately at least. I mean... How
will you pay?
I don't know. Not Queen
or maybe
A5, maybe, I don't know, Queen F Knight E5. I don't know, yeah. Really, I am not a great expert in this kind of, but maybe even Queen A5.
Yeah, Queen A5 and okay.
It should be known.
Yeah, it should be known for sure.
Then let's just look what happened in the game.
Queen A4, Bishop D6.
D6, but aiming for E5, and then after, for example, Queen C4, it can transfer to the line which I played with Black against Catalan for several occasions. But in that position, White has Bishop on D2 already.
Yes.
I mean, this is a line when I play
Bishop B4, Bishop D2, Bishop D6.
Bishop D6, yes. Is it exactly the same position?
Knight C3.
Yeah.
Well, it could be theoretically, but I think normally White avoids. I mean, this setup, I think.
But here, no, okay.
Okay, just another game. I mean, like Bishop G5 is possible, or even D5 probably. I mean, just a game of chess. I mean, like if you take on D4, take, should be...
yeah, because we can get this position, in that line, I mean, we can get this position with Bishop on D2. It's exactly the same position. White goes, I mean, Knight C3, then we take twice on D4, Queen takes, and then Black has Bishop G3, winning a pawn. This is a little
okay, so it means that
trap,
White, this one should be at least a better version.
A better version for White, of course. Yeah.
And I would take White there. I do like White more there. Okay, so Bishop D6, Queen C4, the most, well, I think you shouldn't create a perpetuum mobile in this position. Just take the pawn and so on. Okay.
Yeah.
Getman against Gunina, Valentina opted for Slav. It was Slav with C. And as well as I predicted, Valentina is only playing for the mate. She doesn't know about the better endgames, extra material. She knows that if you want to win the game of chess, you have to make a checkmate on the board. Nothing wrong with the strategy. Bishop F3, pawn takes, Bishop G6, sacrificing the pawn and receiving the position that she's very strong in, except especially in the positions with the normal evaluation. I mean, most likely Black is fine, I think. Well, at least they have some very obvious counterplay. Let's say Knight E5, Bishop E2 is one of the fewest moves. I do not really believe Queen D1 can be played, or King E2. Bishop E2, and then...
D4 should be...
So D4, castle, or Rook D1 are two moves. I mean, low side castle, of course. Let's say I'm very, very scared and I play rook d1.
D4, D3, right?
Could be d3, but then f4 and
Mm-hmm.
and probably we're losing the pawn.
And maybe queen c6 is
You have
also-
queen c6 and do you really win the game?
Well, to play f4, maybe you needed to castle.
Yeah, of course.
Castle long, yeah.
Castle long. So, but that's a very nice trick, by the way. And I'm sure Valentina sees it. Castle, still d3.
I don't.
Not
I
really.
don't see anything better. Yeah? Maybe I don't know. Maybe inclusion of
Rook b8.
rook b8 would help, but
Rook b8, but then rook d4. And
I don't see
the
how
position
exactly.
seems very complicated, but black is 2 pawns down.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, basically we can play queen c6.
Okay, yeah.
Position remains
Yeah.
complicated, but white shouldn't be better. Maybe
No.
a bit better. So bishop e2, d4 is a little bit premature. We can include rook b8 first, forcing white to retreat on c2. And then probably, could it be the time to play g4? Or not necessarily there.
Still castle.
d4 still castle. And yeah, just not a lot of ideas after d4, just sacrificing another pawn. Maybe black should opt for the more solid continuation. Okay, nothing wrong with rook b8, queen c2, and maybe even rook c8 or rook d8. I mean, just a positional compensation. Black shouldn't be that bad.
Yeah.
Maybe
shouldn't be that bad, yeah, I
computer
agree.
may say that white is better, but
Maybe queen b4.
black has
also.
a compensation.
Queen b4 is also tempting.
Queen b4 forcing white to castle long, right?
Yeah, I would be afraid to castle with white. But
But then
okay,
what?
yeah. But on the other hand, what to do? Eh?
It's funny enough that if you castle short, I would still try to checkmate you.
Yeah.
Like
but-
play something like this.
And also b2 is hanging.
And also b2 is hanging, but I would rather prefer queen h4.
Mhm.
Well, so very typical position for Valentina, by the way.
Yeah.
Very typical. Kashinsky against Garifulina, we've got symmetrical stuff. And it's been Queen's Indian, Petrosyan again, Bishop f4. That's a move played by Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Bishop d6, Bishop g3, a very solid setup, but it seemed to me not that ambitious for white. So knight d5 is played, and with a symmetrical pawn structure being a bit low in development, it seems that white shouldn't be really pretending to be better. Maybe nothing wrong with the position, but
Yeah.
okay,
but
well,
maybe-
just again, I have nothing to say because the position is not rich, not full of tactics. It's just about the knowing the right order of moves.
It doesn't look very ambitious indeed.
Yeah, so Garifulina is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Gusev against Gelamova, we've got Queen's Indian as Queen's Gambit accepted, knight c6, knight f3, bishop g4, very common line. d5, knight e5, bishop f4, bishop knight g6. I'm trying to recall the other lines after bishop g4, d5, knight e5. Okay, bishop f4 is the most common
Right?
way to proceed. Bishop e3, knight f6, knight c3, and e6. I think e5 is the move. I mean, that's the more usual setup. e6 I've seen rarely. Yeah, the point being that our idea is just to develop the bishop on d6, and black is somehow fortress because white cannot really break through. And black has some plan even on the king side. But e6 is played, and this is somewhat I don't really know, so that's why I cannot really blame Alisa for playing e6. Check, queen d7, queen takes, king takes, d takes, bishop takes, and rook d1 for some reason instead of castle. Castle seemed to be the more logical opportunity. Why not castle?
But then,
But then king e8, let's say, is the same.
yes, maybe then she was afraid of knight g4 at some point. I mean,
Yeah, okay, but it's all about tactics. If castle, I would rather play king c8 instead of king e8.
king c8, yes, probably.
King c8, and if we try to do just the same, knight g5.
Maybe knight g4.
Knight g4, but I think I'm in tempo funny enough. So
F takes.
F takes, bishop c4, and mate is threatening.
Hmm.
So for sure this is better for white.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I mean, I'm trying just to get the logics
Yeah,
of
right.
playing rook d1 instead
But then
of
maybe
castle.
king e8 should be played.
Okay,
then.
trying king e8. Can we do?
The same, huh?
I mean, the same, but a bit different. I mean, let knight b5 could it be the move?
Mm-hmm.
I think she wouldn't be really afraid of bishop g6 there, even if it's a good move. I mean, just to explain that if rook c8, at least white just gains a pawn back.
Maybe not that simple, actually.
Rook
okay,
d8.
rook d8, yeah.
Rook d8. Uh-huh. But anyway, it's better to have the king on ec1 instead of...
Yeah, but if you consider
Okay, so you know, like king e8, knight g5 was played. So let's check just the same line which Guseva played, but what is the difference? I mean,
Okay.
just trying to...
And then maybe knight g4. Maybe this is the difference.
Knight g4, but Alisa played bishop b4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if knight g4, what we can do there? You mean that the point being that after taking the bishop with the king on e1, we could retreat?
Yeah,
with
we can
the
just retreat the bishop, yeah. But now maybe knight b5 is additional option.
Knight b5, rook c8 still.
Knight a7 and rook d8, yes?
Oh, by the way, I'm not sure that we even equalize after bishop c4.
Knight takes.
But knight takes and what? Not king e7, I believe.
King e7?
Really?
What to do?
Okay, I'll still try to emphasize the pressure.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it seems like we are losing a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just rook d1 looks. Maybe it's a very deep idea, but
Yeah, no, maybe.
explaining to you guys, it's.
You know?
I mean, at least it's not useless. Rook d1, king e8 was played in the game, knight g4 and bishop b4. And now also the knight is pinned. Knight takes, pawn takes, bishop c4, knight e4. So black is simply pawn up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree that castle seemed the most natural way to develop.
And what to do there with white, by the way. Castle? Castle short now? Yeah, just castle short.
Maybe.
Let's say
Maybe
you take
castle
with
short.
the... But you can really take with the bishop, by the way.
Yeah, and 95 then.
And
yeah.
95 then. I mean, of course you can afford to sacrifice the pawn because you are 2 up.
Mm-hmm.
And well,
Yeah, somehow I like it.
black should
So
be fine.
Yeah.
At least not worse. Okay, 94, waiting for white to react. Gira against Grigoriev, we've got, wow, something very awkward. A6 and bishop g5 force. So, basically, so of course we do know the line after d5, bishop g5, and then d takes c4 is the most principled. Bishop g5 was played in several occasions, in several games of Andreikin, Grishuk, Dubov, also me. And these positions are very, very, also, well, just the good advice, watch the game Dubov Giri Grand Prix 2019. You will be very, very, so you'll enjoy the game, I promise. Bishop g5, I think dc, c4, e4 is a theory, and then black has plenty of options, even bishop b4, knight c3 leads to transposition after c5 to the very well-known theory. And after d takes c4, well, I know queen e4 has been played. I played against Igor Lisi in some game like 2 years ago. Grishuk Shamoyev was the game. That's a big theory. So, but a6, that's the move, I think. Well, it's been played in 20 years of 20th century. But then Vladimir Fedoseev was one of the few guys who started to play it on a constant basis. And I think even Magnus Carlsen, took the hint and started to play the same line also.
No, but mostly after in the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, in the Queen's Gambit after, and also A6 also was played by Fedoseev in 2016 Superfinals.
Is exactly this position, yeah.
Exactly this position. So you choose where to play A6 third or fourth move. Also H6 is also possible, but that's another story.
And after knight C3. What would happen? D5?
I think D5 was in the idea, but Bishop G5 was played instead. D5, C takes, E takes, E3. But still I can't get the difference because seemingly White will still play Knight C3.
Yes, but maybe, no, this is a difference showed by Olga. Because once Bishop goes out, she plays Queen B3, right?
For sure.
And after B5, A4. For B4, and knight is not on C3 yet.
Yeah, knight is not
maybe
attacked, and White is at least a tempo up.
Yeah, maybe.
And let's say, yeah, B4 is on the board, so it was a very smart reaction by Olga. So she, during the game, she understood the difference between knight being on C3 and B1, and opted for the most principal line. And B4 is on the board, and it seems that White at least gained something. And just at least in terms of psychology, by the way. So, because for example, if your opponent knows the position with knight on c3 and she plays b4 while the knight on b1, I think at least you feel a little bit stressed. So b4.
Oh no. Yeah. Okay. Now.
Yeah. Let's say, should we really distract the pawn structure on the queen side playing a5? I do not think so. I think it's just a better time to develop all the pieces, play knight d2, maybe knight e5 then. Okay, let's say c5 is very principled.
Not okay, then we need to
and
take.
Pawn takes, even knight d7 is a move. Could be the move. Let's say c6, knight c5, queen retreats.
Maybe queen takes b4 instead, no?
You mean where? Instead of c6. Yeah, but queen takes b4, this is somewhat I wanted to receive with black. Maybe bishop takes, or even knight takes.
Queen h4.
Queen h4. Pretending to be fine. Well, it could be. It could be white is a pawn up. Black has to prove the compensation. Okay, so this is somewhat I do really like for Olga, but she played queen c2, maybe preventing c5. Which could also be played. So black is already spoiled their pawn structure on the queen side, and white has some squares. Knight has a plan to go to b3 and then to choose to play knight c4, knight a5, and white is quite solid in the center. I would pick white for sure. So Kostyanyuk against Gerachkina. One of the headliners. Wow. Bishop c4. So usually bishop c4 nowadays is aimed against the Petrov defense.
Which was not the case because
Could it be the
Alexander Gorechkina doesn't play.
Doesn't play Petrov.
No.
But so what does she play? Just a regular, she...
Berlin.
Berlin.
This
Berlin against Rui Lopez. Okay. Knight f6. d3, knight c6, knight e3. So even no Giocopiano. Bishop b4, knight g2, d5. Yeah, that's a commentary. Knight takes castle, bishop e6. Yeah, that's also a theory, I think. Yeah, pawn takes, knight takes. Knight d5, queen d5. c3, bishop d6, knight f4, queen f7, d4, castle. And how to evaluate this stuff on the board?
Looks approximately equal.
Who would you pick, black or white?
It's hard to say. I don't think that white can be worse here.
Of course, they should not, but in
What
terms of
about queen b3, then knight c4, right? This is a point.
most likely, yeah, knight
Because
c4.
otherwise
white will be white will improve their pawn structure and have some play on the a file. Knight c4 is possible.
And yeah, and also another question: what about queen a4?
Queen a4, knight c6. I think.
No, okay, but then I prefer queen a4 clearly.
So I mean d5 could it be the move?
D5, bishop f4. I don't know.
Pawn takes.
Yeah, I don't know. Then it's yeah.
That's
yeah, but
interesting.
maybe because knight c6. Well, the last thing I would like to do with black here is to retreat the knight to c6.
Yes, but the pawn is hanging. That's the reason.
Nothing to do. Yeah.
So the pawn is hanging. Knight c6 is maybe an only move.
And there is no idea. King b8.
King b8 if pawn takes.
F take. Or check first. Check first.
Check first. King h1. F takes. Wow, that's cool. Okay, but I think I can play queen b5 and protect the rook on f1. It could be the refutation. Well, still not that obvious, but on the first side it could be the refutation.
Yeah. Then a6, not not king b8, but a6.
Yeah, so now we've got the way how black can really sacrifice a piece. Sorry, bishop c5 first, I think.
I think Alexandra played castle quite quick. Maybe she's still in the preparation. And then no,
but already 1:16 on the clock. Probably
yes,
she could have
still.
blundered queen a4, knight 6, d5.
No, because a6 is, I mean, the clever. No, but a6 in general we don't want to play. Yeah, I mean because it's maybe.
No, but there is nothing wrong with it.
With a6, well, b4 is not.
Okay, but it should be too long.
Yeah,
queen c4.
We don't have many pieces left on the board, so the attack is.
And potentially, I think white's king is more in danger than black's. Okay, so castle is played and queen a4 is possible, but seemingly a6, d takes e5, bishop c5, king h1, fe, f takes e5 could be the refutation. I mean, still the position is equal in case of queen b3.
I'm sorry, what about... No, I'm sorry. What about... Okay, bishop e3, bishop takes e3, knight... Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, it's okay.
It's a good trick, but it doesn't work. Yeah, castle. So let's start the betting. So name your top 3 in the end of the tournament in the men's section. Who will be in the top 3? Yeah, of course I know 2 guys whom you will obviously include. But name the third. Whom do you expect to make a boost in the second half of the tournament?
Dubov is on 50% for the moment, yeah?
Yeah. And Dubov plays against Antipov today. Of course, we have to consider the pairings also, but I mean, just whom did you impress you most, and whom do you really believe in the second half of the tournament in the men's section?
I like Artemyev's place.
Yeah, I think I may agree with you. I would really expect Artemyev to fight for the first places. Artemyev or Fedosiev, of course, because he's already...
Yeah, okay, it's no...
But you know, like Dubov, well, we can't say he's been lucky yesterday, because, well, he kind of saved the mathematically lost position. But, recently, I mean, not recently, but in this tournament, we can see a very consistent play by Dubov, because, like, a painful loss in the round 2 after the win in the round 1. I mean, like, it's like when you have a tournament of ups and downs, it's usually not good. Maybe it's better to make, like, let's say, 5 six draws, then win 3 games and lose 3 games. I mean, it just I can prove on myself because I'm very experienced in playing tournaments without draws, and usually, well, it doesn't really hurt your nerves, but it just shows that you're not that consistent during the tournament, and you have a very floaty, current form, and you couldn't really expect yourself to boost.
Right.
But Artemiev being very consistent, he was better against Goganov, and he spoiled a nice chance to at least to create some pressure. It was English, and then he was winning against Dubov.
Oh, he was not in good shape against Fedoseev.
He wasn't not in good shape, but still, he found G6.
Yeah, he found that famous.
I would really expect Artemiev to play. To score more points, at least to score more average number of points. Okay, but of course I don't see a player whom we do not really believe in. Even in Goganov and Antipov being the last 2 numbers of the rating list of this tournament, still playing quite good. Okay, shaky start for Mikhail, but this is the guy who can beat almost every player of the planet. And it's, again, that's all about consistency. Less often you lose to the lower rated guys, more rating you gain. So Svidla against Chigaev, this is a position on the board. Yeah, I think it's more or less well known. Okay, it's not that familiar for me because maybe I've played Rui Lopez with both colors less than 10 times in my life. But I may recall this kind of positions.
So bishop e3, yes, is played by Peter instead of taking an h5.
So knight f4 doesn't really work, or it just could be pointless because of even queen d2. Yeah, let's say knight f4, which looks more or less tempting. If queen d2, black's knight needs to retreat, otherwise, let's say if queen h3 check, then king g2. Yeah, black's pieces is a little bit stuck on the queen.
But I don't want to do. Maybe it's still possible to play this position. For example, I don't know, h6, aiming for knight g5. But then knight f5.
Knight f5 at least. Well, you can still play queen h5. But this is you do not really want to do. It seems to me.
Not that much. Yeah.
Not that much. Maybe I can try for positional play like rook c1 or whatever.
Yeah, bishop d1 as well.
So this is a position on the board, maybe not knight f4, but what instead? Maybe g6 simply, aiming to play bishop g7. This looks to me more or less logical.
Still queen d2.
Let's say g6, queen d2, bishop g7. Still I have some spot on the h3. But you can try to play king g2, which is funny enough. Could it be that king g2 may fail into bishop d4?
Bishop g5?
Bishop g5 and I just blunder the queen. Yes, it could be. It also happens with me.
With everybody.
Yeah, so bishop e3, well, it's... of course, not talking about the theory, abstracting from the theory. These positions are seemingly a bit easier to play with white.
Yeah, with white you know exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, with Henry you have a pair of bishops. According to the traditional chess patterns, white is better. But this is all about modern theory and modern engines. And sometimes they prove that ancient chess patterns were wrong.
But you know what black should be doing here?
What?
I think knight e7, knight g6, if he's in time, of course.
Okay, let's say knight e7. Can we try just taking on h5 and play f4?
Yes, this is probably the problem.
Well, still nothing really critical for black, but it may lead to some kind of very unpleasant position.
But then maybe you should start. You don't have time for it. Yes, you have. So maybe knight f4, queen d2, knight h3, and then try to transfer that knight. And maybe... Yeah, this is it.
So you also prevented against knight f5.
Right.
That's a smart decision. For example, if I still play f4,
But maybe knight g6.
maybe knight g6, and well, I'm not that brave. I do not hesitate. I play f5. For knight check, probably is the only move. But you also have knight h4, knight hf4.
Okay, maybe knight g. I'll try knight
G,
g4 and then king f3.
King
What about
f3.
What about king f3?
No, but I think it's mate for all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So king
But
h1.
No, then it's tricky. I don't know. Maybe even g6, something like bishop h6. Then
Yeah, g6. I thought like I will take on g6 and gonna transfer my queen to f3 and pretend to be still better. Well, it's very complicated.
Yeah,
And
probably you are, but yeah, at least this is a way to complicate matters. Otherwise, white is gonna be just better very soon.
yeah, white will just choke their prey because they have an extra space. They have a pair of bishops. You have to bite. You have to bite all the time in order not to be eaten. Okay, bishop e3. Chigaev turn to move, and Chigaev is still better in time. That's interesting. I'm very curious of this game. Artemiev against Yesipenko. Youngsters clash, and yeah, so c5, e4, knight c6, knight e5. Yeah. Huge pawn sacrifice slash bluff. Knight d7, bishop f4, g4, a4, e5, and white have received the dreamy King's Indian. I mean, it was the colors reversed. Knight b8 is probably the best move because obviously knight is needed on c6, not on d7. And this is somewhat I may agree with. I mean, like black is doing all right now.
Black is doing all right, I think, yes.
Well, knight e5, bishop takes knight d7. Well, but after bishop d4...
Yeah, here I would mention e5 as an option, maybe.
Yeah, e5, but then g5. And
then g5, yes.
And maybe... That, yeah. Well, we still can sacrifice this pawn, but black shouldn't be bad there.
Yeah, okay.
But it's a very strange thing because like white still has a dreaming position of the King's Indian, but they're not better. They're simply, well, around equal. They have a more or less clear plan, but they're not better. They're still.
Yeah, you talk about the actual position.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I talk about this a4, e5 conclusion, bishop d2, knight b8. Maybe something else over there, but they can't really.
Because optically, I would take white here.
Yes, either me, of course. G takes f5, knight c4. So black can still try to play bishop e6, let's say. And then white has a lot of moves.
b3, I think, yes.
I wouldn't really hurry up with b3, by the way, because bishop c4 is not an idea, I think.
No, f takes c4 is not an idea, you think?
F takes... Pardon?
F takes c4.
No, I think bishop takes c4. I mean, I thought you said...
No, if you don't play b3, if is black threatening f takes c4.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to play queen e2.
Okay.
I mean, like, that was another... the alternative
to
idea
protect the knight. Yeah.
So and now just to show you, we'll take with the pawn, and then okay, after we force black to take on e4, then we can play b3.
No, sure. But now I will not take on e4, of course.
So queen e2.
So maybe I will try to.
But still not threaten. We don't not threatening anything. But we're gonna play rook e1, or also a5 could be the move. I mean, white has a variety of plans in this kind of positions, and black has to play very precise move. Queen d7, let's say. I would also start with a5, just in case, just to shaken.
Okay, rook e8.
A little rook a e8, which seems to be very logical. A6 still.
And then maybe b5 then.
Maybe b5 then. So maybe a6 was a little bit premature. Let's say knight a3. But then also f takes e4 has to be considered.
Maybe knight b4 as well.
And maybe knight b4 as well. Well, now is something something went wrong for white. Maybe a5, a6 was a little bit optimistic, but then, okay, it means that if, let's say, knight c4, bishop e6, queen e2, queen d7, yeah, simply play rook e1. But then rook e8 just, once again, black is just fine. They're not even worse. Well, white is still...
Or maybe bishop h4 first, sorry. Bishop h4
Also
first.
bishop h4 is possible, I mean...
No, after rook e1, yeah.
Yes, it could be for sure.
And then maybe if you move your rook, then I will probably...
Take and play bishop g4, or...?
Yes, probably.
Well, a lot of lines is possible. But it means that, I mean, white received the dreaming king's Indian, but still not better. And Yesipenko played a very solid line. I mean, that's to sum up, I mean, now we can say that he played in a very solid way.
And by the way, you're a very experienced player, a very experienced King's Indian player. Well, what is the drawback of b3, I'm wondering?
Well, actually there is no drawbacks of b3, and it's also possible. But the point being that in some positions, well, b3 is not needed. We also have some plans to play c3,
yeah.
Or, well, it looks a bit peculiar, but even this queen transfer it could be possible. I mean, b3 is obviously not a mistake, but I mean, when bishop c4 is not threatening, I'm not, or either bishop c5 is not threatening, we're not playing. I mean, I do not play b6 or b3 either.
Okay.
But b3 is nothing wrong with it. And sometimes even b3 is a good move. I mean, like we'll take with a b pawn, opening the b file. But of course, black won't give up their light square bishop. I mean, no way it could be in the game. Antipov against Dubov, we've got, well...
What happened after a5?
Queen b3.
Queen b3, yes.
But then rook a7 instead of knight d7, which probably was more clever. h3, bishop f5, bishop f4, knight bd7, knight d2, protecting the e4 square, knight e4, g4, knight takes, bishop e6, e3, knight f6, queen c2. Seems like white has improved a lot, but still not clearly better.
Still, yeah, still unclear. Well,
I mean, like, could it be h5, by the way?
Maybe even g5.
G5, but then there's f5 square. Let's say we play knight
yeah,
e8.
Maybe e4.
E4, we simply take.
Knight takes.
Knight takes, and we play, let's say, knight d6.
No, at least white gains some advantage, some space, but maybe it's just nothing.
Yeah, but the pawn structure is a
pawns are, yeah.
So it's still complicated.
Good.
Okay,
yeah,
but rook a8 played instead of h5. Maybe h5, f3 was an idea.
Yeah,
I don't
probably.
know. Just to hold the pressure. Okay, and what else next? Tregubov against Fedoshev. So d5 breakthrough finally been implemented. Bishop f4, knight c6 was played. Rook e1, d6 a very common stuff. And then d5. So probably it was a drawback of knight being on c6, right? So let's say after knight f4, he could have played d6.
Yeah, as far I remember, black normally plays knight c6 with pawn on d7. And then if d5, then he can just go
97.
97, something like this.
Yeah, because pawn on e6 is like we can
well
take
protected.
with,
Yeah.
So d6, and what white usually do there?
Oh, there are a lot of moves. I don't know. h3.
I mean, like, what is the plan? Can we still?
Yeah. There's b4, and then I don't know, either c5 or d5 or nothing, or a4 sometimes. And
Yeah, I mean, these positions are very flexible for black. But knight c6, and then d6 connection looks a little bit awkward. Rook c8, d5, but maybe if the safe knows better. Rook takes, queen takes, c takes, d5.
well, maybe he's perfectly knowing what
he's doing?
What he's doing. Yeah.
Say knight e5.
95 maybe.
Probably bishop b5.
b5 or a5, I don't know. Well,
Queen
bishop
e7, and then knight d4. Seems to be very logical.
d5 is not
but
hanging,
maybe d5 is hanging still. I mean, I didn't see the refutation of knight d5, just intuitively I decided to play knight d4.
Takes. 95, queen e6, yeah. Protecting everything.
Knight e5, queen e6, protecting everything, that's correct. So, knight, yeah, c takes d5, knight e5, let's say, and now if you play bishop f5, that was your idea, could rook c4 be possible? At least rook c4, I mean.
Well, it is tricky. I have impression that white has more space here, but in this kind of position with, let's say, two isolated pawn on d5 or d6, the white one is more difficult to protect. I mean,
probably yes.
Yeah, sometimes this position.
Yeah, the bishop on b7 is strong.
Yeah.
And the only black's drawback is the lack of space, but all of their pieces are active. I mean, at least there is some idea of them. C takes d5, Fedoseev is considering the knight jumps. Goganov against Nepomniachtchi.
Well, because if it's not knight e5, then I would take white.
Yes, of course.
Clearly, so his idea was to play knight e5, I guess, but then maybe he missed something, or just checking that everything is under control.
Knight c3 was played by Goganov. Bishop b7, rook b1, knight 4, d5. So for some reason, Nepomniachtchi decided not to play bishop a6 connected with knight d3. Why? Some idea behind it? Maybe we can simply play knight e1.
Or maybe knight g5 then.
Or knight g5, knight d3. Very strange positions. Anyway, bishop b7 was played, rook b1, knight 4, d5, bishop d2, knight c3, bishop takes, not pawn by the way, bishop d5, b3, bishop e4. I can't really get the point of Goganov taking with the bishop and playing b3, because in terms of logics, it looks like we are just trading the weakness. And after bishop e4, then we have to retreat on a1, by the way, because if rook c1, bishop a3 has to be considered, probably winning in exchange. Well, at least forcing to retreat on
maybe
a1.
rook b2.
Or rook b2.
Yeah, but somehow, the problem was that knight was already threading knight a4. That was the reason pushing b3, right? Or
you think knight a4? Well, maybe no better move there. Just no better move. Let's say if knight d2, let's say. Knight d2, black still can play c5, which seems to be very logical. No, but there we take, and I think knight c4 is possible. Simply winning a pawn. I can't get the point why knight d2 wasn't played.
Yeah, but then knight d2, what? And then you will be trying to transfer it to e4, right?
To e4 or trying to play even bishop a5, bishop takes b6.
Maybe bishop h4.
Bishop h4, but...
And bishop g5 then. No, I don't know, just an idea.
Okay, like queen
yeah,
g4.
but queen g4, yeah, queen g4.
Okay, at least it seems to me more logical.
No, maybe after knight d2, by the way, I would be starting thinking about maybe not f5, but f6.
Okay, f6, but you still don't have an idea.
I don't know if I don't want to take him.
No, I think not really.
Maybe okay. Right now, maybe I do want
Because
and
of
bishop
bishop
c5
c5?
and bishop c5. Yeah.
Okay, let's say if I still play... Okay, I can still play bishop f3. Not threatening bishop d5, but knight e4 probably, and just waiting for you to respond. But okay, well, I somewhat like white position more. I don't know why.
You don't like?
I like...
you still like
knight d2, yeah, I still like white position. Okay, but b3 was played and bishop b4, and it seemed that Nepomniachtchi is trying to turn the tables in his favor. So bishop e4, I think rook a1 seemingly to be played. Well, you can provoke bishop e3 and play there rook a1. But it seems like white has given up a lot of tempos.
But anyway, what to do, eh? So 95 is coming anyway.
Yeah, 95 is coming anyway. It means like b3 has, this move has a lot of drawbacks.
Yeah. Maybe he just missed bishop e4.
Maybe, I don't know.
Just blundered bishop e4 and 95. Idea.
Yeah, probably yes. Probably yes. And bishop e4 and Gaganov takes his time, and it seems to be that he is surprised. Otherwise, if he's seen bishop e4, he would have known where to put his rook and proceed quite quickly. So I think yes, all the games in the men's section still no games finished, which is very well, at least promising for us, promising for you, and hopefully we'll see less quick draws. But the game won't last long for more than 4.5 hours. So this would be an ideal script for the commentators and for the spectators and for the players, I think. Okay, but probably players do prefer quick draws instead of 4.5 hours.
Sometimes it depends also, but okay.
But tomorrow is a rest day, and we really do expect a thrilling fighting, bloody chess. So rook a1 is played, knight e5, and I would bet on Nepomniachtchi heading to +3 in this game. It's a very brave bet, but I do really believe in this possible scenario.
Yeah, somehow I prefer black's position, but even without b3, I at this point I like already black's position.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's mathematically better for black. It could be, at least. Could it be that knight d5 could be met by knight d2?
That's probably the only way to proceed, by the way. Probably.
And this is what we blundered.
No, but
could it be?
Okay.
Well, you know what I see. Knight takes c3. You take with the queen. You have no other moves. I play bishop b4 all of a sudden, forcing you to take on c4. And after queen c4, I see bishop d2 winning the game. Because after rook d2, queen g5, simply threatening the mate. It's a double attack, and I mean tactically, black is somehow fine. This is the it's not the possible line because after
they're not obliged to take on c4, but then, I mean, yeah.
But then black is absolutely fine.
Yeah, maybe queen e3 is the only move.
Queen h3, right?
e3, I thought.
e3, queen e3, but then even bishop c2, rook c1. We can take on d2, play c takes b3. Black is fine. And if we really consider to play on win, we can try. No, but c3 you play rook c2 on a3. This is what I do not like. Okay, but once again, even c takes b3, even bishop takes d2. Black is absolutely fine.
Yes, black is fine, but maybe not.
Maybe not better, but
not.
I do still consider that b3, bishop e4, what could be the turning point of the game.
Oh, bishop
Bishop
e1 is
e1.
playing, yeah?
Bishop e1. And what's next? Could is c3 possible? What was the idea?
And what's wrong with c takes b3 also?
Absolutely nothing. After c takes b3, black is out of risk, black is out of danger.
No, I mean just...
Yeah, just take a... I mean, yeah, I understand. Take rook b3, rook takes a7, and something is strong. I don't know.
Oh, maybe c5 even.
Maybe even c5. Yeah,
or maybe queen b8 first. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, of course, black is not worse. Maybe even pushing. But I mean, like bishop e1 could c3 ambitious move that makes the difference. I mean, my idea is to play bishop a3, bishop b2 for sure. Also, c2 is hanging.
Right. No, c3 looks very interesting, very promising. So bishop d3, I guess.
Yeah, bishop d3, and then.
Oh, even take on d. Okay.
I think c2.
Yeah. Even takes on d3 and bishop a3 is also.
It's also possible. Yeah.
Also.
Yeah, I was also
fine.
considering c2.
C2, yeah.
Let's say, but you could play
yeah,
bishop, bishop
maybe white can sacrifice now. Yeah.
Of course, rook takes, and yeah, pretend that positional compensation is sufficient. Well, but no doubts, Nepomniachtchi is trying to create some inconveniences for Goganov, and yeah, quickly briefing the women's section. B4 was played, by the way.
Not queen a4.
Okay. Knight g6, queen g4,
And
queen
then
d7.
why knight g6? By the way, why not? I don't know, somewhere on c4.
Why not knight c4? It's a good question.
Well, maybe
Nothing wrong with knight c4.
Yeah, but maybe still queen g. But okay, anyway, it looks very.
Could it be some d5? I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but still, knight can always come back to e5.
Yeah, so at least black is not worse.
Yeah, maybe just take on
after knight g6, queen g4, queen d7. This endgame is, I think, also fine for black. And the question is, let's say we take with the king.
With the king, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, knight goes to e6. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we take with the king, and our plan is to play b5, a6, and c6 just to take control of white squares and fix the structure.
Yes.
And also, of course, we are going to take with the bishop if white
maybe knight h5 should be played.
Knight h5, rook g8,
and bishop d2.
Bishop d2. I would still play b5.
a4, a6.
a4, a6.
Yeah.
Well, I do prefer black.
Maybe just take and attack
F5,
twice.
rook
Yeah, and
F5.
rook f5, rook a5. I don't know.
Yeah, but okay. So I mean, like white should create some counterplay in a very forced way. Otherwise, they're positionally risky.
No, otherwise maybe I underestimate this b5. Maybe a4 first instead of bishop d2. But why should not be worse in that game?
Okay, well,
this is
more or less equal, but somehow black setup looks a bit more harmonical. So this is a position, by the way, queen d7. Expecting king d7.
So maybe once again, so if king takes, maybe a rook takes can be considered, because knight e6 can be chased by knight f8 at some point. Maybe not that dangerous. But if king takes, then in this position, also a4 immediately, maybe just to move. I can push b5.
Preventing d5, yeah.
Yeah. I think white objectively is out of danger.
Well, probably just in equal
then
position.
Alexander Goryachkina is known as a very good technical player.
In a comfort zone.
Yeah, right. And then...
Yeah, so Gira is pushing, just better, maybe even much better. So rook c8, I would really consider knight b3, trying to fix the structure. Let's say knight d7.
Rook c1.
Rook c1, probably still c5. But c5, we're a pawn up. We take on d6, queen takes, and take on c5, or knight c5.
Yeah.
So after rook c8, yeah, knight b3 is yet to come, seemingly. Yeah, because taking on f4 is not that good. White also has some attacking chances because they have a majority on the king side.
And many weaknesses on the c file.
Yeah,
And
so white is much, much better. Gusev against Galyamov, wow, we've got almost the same that we've been... And we considered bishop takes c3. But you know what maybe she didn't like? B takes, knight takes, rook c1. And the point being that after knight d5 we take and take on c7. That could be the answer.
Yeah, good point, yes. Rook c1, yes, definitely.
Okay, still maybe black is not that...
No,
not
it's
that
somewhat
bad,
unpleasant.
But
It's
somewhat
clearly
unpleasant,
somewhat
and black has to suffer at least
and
a
I think
little.
even objectively black is just worse here.
Yeah.
I mean,
So yeah, so this is the current position. King e7, white has a very promising compensation for the sacrifice pawn with a pair of bishops. Okay, let's say bishop retreats. Retreats to where? Is there any idea of playing d5, bishop d5, c6, and then bishop goes back somewhere? Or there is pointless to force black to play c6?
Well, right now I cannot see the point of provoking
And,
c6.
Frankly speaking, I do see... Maybe we can even retreat on h3.
Rook d8?
Yeah, rook d8, and I thought I can play bishop c5, but it's still pointless. I mean, and if rook c1, bishop simply retreats to e5, then bishop d6. Or via a5.
f4 now.
f4, bishop d6,
f5.
and
This is the point.
winning the exchange. Well, we found a point, but initially it wasn't my point.
Huh?
So
Yeah, but this is quite interesting actually, what to do with black.
yeah, because like knight e5 fails into f4,
Or rook c1
or
as well.
bishop c5 further than f4, or rook c1.
Rook c1 as well, yeah.
Yes, so
Rook c1, okay, bishop a5 still.
Bishop e5, and there is no double attack because of knight c6. Okay, still this position I do prefer. In this position I do prefer white, yeah. So white has a full compensation, and bishop h3 is also considerable.
Yeah, but f4 is good enough, yeah, I think after knight e5.
Okay, so Guseva is pushing.
So maybe knight f8 is the only move, but then it's bad news, yeah?
It's very bad news.
No, okay,
Well,
it's hard to believe that it can be good.
Might be bad news. Don't see the clear refutation, but...
No, but maybe there is no clear refutation.
Well, at least we can take the pawn playing bishop c5, then bishop f8, rook d7. But of course, I will not do it. I mean, at some point, like even after bishop c5, king f6, you're somewhat stalemated because you cannot really go knight e6, and we can maybe just simply try to push playing rook e1, rook d1, or...
No, but then black will be given some time to improve.
Well, yes, for sure. But
pawn structure on the king side.
Very controversial. Maybe not double-edged really, because white is out of risk. And maybe black is not that worse. Okay. Kashinsky against Garifulina, and what do I see? I see skies are blue. Knight d5, bishop d5, b4, bishop e7, rook d1, knight f6, bishop a6, the clever move, queen e8, castle, bishop e4, queen e2, bishop, queen a4, knight d4, knight d5, and is f3 possible there? Because I think you want to get rid of this bishop on e4.
What about knight c3 then?
f3, knight c3, but...
Knight a6 is hanging.
And a6 is hanging, by the way. Yeah, so that's the point. That's the point. Of course, they blundered it. Knight d5.
Well, then
Yeah,
it's
and I'm
tricky
failing to see the good way. So let's say rook c1, but then queen takes a3, and I don't see the clear refutation.
No, still we need to. Yeah. Okay, we need to play f3. E3 is also.
E3 is potentially hanging.
Mm.
So even after f3, maybe queen e3 is possible. I don't know. Okay, you take rook e1. That's what you have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like bishop f6. Well, has to be better for white, maybe even winning. But f3. Sorry, again. Like we're no, not bishop d3. I'm crazy.
No, but even bishop g6.
Even bishop g6. Yeah, the pawn is hanging. The pawn is hanging. So after knight d5. White is really risking.
No.
This is somewhat a bit unpleasant.
Yes. No. Okay. Maybe not that much for.
Yeah, I'm really failing to see the
Yeah,
good
but
way.
yeah, somehow I don't really like white here anymore.
Okay, you know what? We can try with bishop b5,
Mm-hmm.
queen a3, knight c6,
Okay, bishop f6.
bishop f6, maybe bishop d6.
Yeah,
Then knight
but
c3.
then knight c3 is always there.
So we just, well, on the fifth step of our brains, this position is evaluated in the favor of black, with like on the mark of minus 1.00.
Yeah. Just
Black is better.
pawn down
Black
maybe.
is clearly
but-
better.
What about rook a1? Rook a1 is not possible there. But still knight c3, yeah. Knight c3 is... queen c4.
Okay, bishop d5 fixing plus, equal plus. Well, not bishop d5 for sure. Not bishop d5. Maybe even... rook a1. Rook a1.
No, but looks bit...
A little bit awkward.
Yeah.
But maybe rook a1 is just a good suggestion. Knight c3 is principal, queen c4. Yeah, if we fail to see anything, if we fail to find anything convincing there for black, it means that black is not that better.
Yeah, but bishop d5 here, right? Probably is good enough.
Bishop d5, queen d3.
Queen d3, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like if we just repeat the moves.
No, but something else played.
Yeah, but rook c1 is played instead. And then we thought queen a3. And if knight c6 there.
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6 still. Bishop b7.
No, okay. Bishop d3. Maybe it's a bit premature, yeah. But maybe we can try instead of bishop b7. Maybe we can try something else. I don't know. Queen c4 first.
Queen c4.
Just taking queen away from all the threats.
Queen c4 is good.
I don't know if you're threatening anything. Yeah. And maybe knight c3, let's say, is still possible. I don't know.
Knight c3. Yeah, so if rook c3 you take with the bishop. This is a point probably.
Okay, but then I can start with maybe bishop b7 first. But then
Instead of...
Yeah, but some tricks then.
Yeah, no, it's quite difficult to analyze it.
Yeah.
Very tired, and we urgently need
actually
a short break, I think.
We
urgently need a short break, but we're promising to be back very soon, so stay tuned. We need to
recover after girls' game.
After girls' game, yeah, we're just exhausted.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских.
Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки. Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру вы будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном.
Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Welcome back. So we still have all the games in both sections
in
progress.
And we found that we've completely missed to observe the Karakin Matakov game. And this is the current position on the board. It came from Catalan with bishop b4 and a5, which are very modern line played by Anish Giri and Carlsen for several times. And also me against Alexei Goganov in the recent Russian Team Chess Championship, and Alexei played bishop c3, and black also, yeah, I took on c3, queen takes c3, and I played h5, but maybe knight d4 seems to be more accurate, but there is nothing. But knight c6 is the most principal line, b takes rook c1, and this is just the main line of, this is the first line of computer with the both sides. Rook f b8, b3, rook b4. Looks like black has lost a rook, but there's queen d3, bishop b2, a3, rook a1, sorry, bishop a1, a takes b4, a takes b4, h3, h6. This is the computer analyzes from the both sides, and well, of course white has a very slight edge, but it would be quite hard to win this position. The drawish tendencies are quite high, and well, so f4 is the move made by Sergei Karyakin.
Nice modern, or I mean, I would say computer variation. It's hard to imagine such variations to be produced, I mean, 20 years ago.
Maybe.
Very.
So talking about
funny.
f4 capturing the e5 square now, it won't be that easy for black to retreat with the bishop. Also g4 could be an idea. So well, but basically still white has almost nothing. Maybe we can still try rook c8. Let's see. Could it be?
But maybe it should be the idea. But why f4? Why f4? What is the reason to? Why not knight d2, just developing the knight?
Yeah, you can do it. I mean, like, still I'll play bishop c3 and try to play for the just normal for the positional compensation. I mean, like rook a1, rook d1 is hanging. You have to retreat with knight. Okay, knight f1 is possible, but then like rook a3 could be the move still. The position remains quite.
e4 is not good here. Yeah?
Okay, e4 is possible, but I can barely imagine how you'll win this position. I think also I can take on d2. Okay, I'll take on d2 as a queen. b4 is hanging. Maybe the most solid is to take on d takes c4.
Knight takes.
Knight takes. Let's see. Knight takes. Whatever.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
So b3 is also weak, and black is not risking. But rook c8 and, pardon me, what is the move? So this is the position on the board. Rook c8 and knight d2 is played. And my first intention was to play rook c1 check, let's say king h2 and bishop c3. So we somehow invaded on the first rank. Well, black has to be just fine. Black has to be fine, despite being the queen down, but they have a very good compensation.
f5 maybe, yeah. If you play for win, I mean.
f5, but then like maybe even bishop f5. I don't know what's wrong with it. Maybe it's just fine.
Yeah, okay, just blundering. So maybe it should not be.
Otherwise, okay, you can play g4, but then rook d1. I can't really see how you can protect the knight.
No, knight f3 then, yeah.
Knight f3, but then maybe knight e4. I would rather prefer black there.
Maybe now f5.
Maybe now f5. Now I see the idea. Could it be knight f2, queen e2, nothing really? Not really. Bishop f5, queen d5. Aiming to play knight h4 in case of bishop g6. Well, still some risk. Some risk. Knight f3. Okay, once again, maybe something more proper. Knight a4, f5, well.
There is something wrong with g6.
I don't know, maybe knight d4?
Yeah, maybe.
Or
knight
maybe
d4.
still knight e5.
Yeah, okay, knight d4, yeah, I don't know. What's going on after knight d4? Knight
So once again,
knight
let's
d2
find
is
the most
right.
solid way. Knight d2 is the move.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it can be really good. Maybe I can include rook c3, just in case. Okay, you can try queen a6, but then even bishop b2.
Queen b1.
Ah, queen b1. That's the move. That's the move I blundered, and yeah, just blundering a piece. Rook c8, knight d2. Feeling ashamed, not able to find the proper way for black. Okay. So I think, like, do we need this check? Or we can play bishop c3 at once? Maybe the check is a bit empty. Let's play bishop c3 first. Knight f3 probably. And knight e4. At least we've protected the 8th rank. And now threatening knight c5 at some point. So this could be the move.
No, maybe knight d4 anyway, yeah.
Knight d4. But then you're giving up this pawn.
Well, to be honest, I just forgot, but maybe it's not
Maybe
that
it's not that
bad.
bad. Okay, let's say I take... Ah, but then you're taking queen g6. That could be unpleasant.
Mm-hmm.
That could be really unpleasant. Knight d4. Okay. Can I even play bishop d7? I was a bit curious about it. Let's say bishop d7.
Mm.
Okay, you've got knight e2, which I don't really like, but maybe it's not that
If you
critical.
just take a pawn, what?
If you just take the pawn on e4,
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering I can take on h3.
H3 is hanging, yeah.
So I mean, like, you can play f5, but then h5. It shouldn't be bad.
I don't know, maybe some...
Tactics?
No, just some initiative on the king side. No.
Yeah, but how? I mean, like,
yeah.
the pawn structure is a bit ruined. Okay, knight d2 will wait. I will just wait for Maxim to play. No suggestions, really. But it should be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Svidler against Chigaev. Bishop b3, c5 is played indeed. a3, knight c6, bishop d5, rook a8. And this is somewhat I've started to like in Maxim's position. At least some counterplay on the queen side. So the point being that all the time while white trades their dark squared bishop, the f4 square will be twice more important because the mating threats will be in the air. So rook ac8, and yeah, of course I was talking about d takes c5, d takes c5, bishop c5, which is seemingly not gonna be good for white. Bishop takes.
I would like to give up this f4 square. Actually, even winning pawn. I mean.
Yeah. So with
even so, yeah. Even I didn't consider knight f4 immediately, but just in general.
Yeah, maybe you can try knight h5 first. That's the point. So let's say rook ac8, d takes c5, d takes c5. Nothing wrong with it.
But well, maybe still queen d2. Then I would like to take f4 under control somehow.
Yeah, but how? I mean, like knight d4.
But how, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, still I will force you to take this pawn.
I see.
You'll have to play.
No, but then somehow I don't know.
Like king g2? Can it be? Not really.
Okay,
bishop
but then
d7.
I have another solution, which is strange, but still.
Take on h5. Not really.
No, but this position somehow I don't
Okay, let's say you
like
take rook c8, queen d4. Could it be? The point being that my idea was after knight f4 we have bishop f7, and this h3 square is protected after queen d7 check.
I see. Yeah.
But maybe black has something else.
But then it's strange. Twice the tempo for queen d2.
Yes. So that's a bit illogical, in terms of knight d4 coming anyway.
So this is the position.
No. The position is rook ac8 and with the pawns on d file included. Well, d takes c5 probably has to be played. At least nothing wrong with the inclusion of d takes c5, d takes c5. I just can't see anything else.
Well, somehow I like this position less than 5 moves ago for white.
Yes, it means that black finally finished their development and organized some good counterplay on the queen side.
But what happened exactly? Let me scroll down a little
So
bit.
knight g3, queen h4, bishop e3, normal move. G6, rook c1 is quite normal.
Yeah, not queen d2, because I was somehow expecting queen d2. But
yeah, something wrong with queen d2. I don't know even what. Could it be bishop g7?
no. Okay, white can now play rook c1 if he wants to.
Yeah, for sure. And then let's say queen h3 still. And now I'm trying to take on d4. Well, basically you can take on h5, but I don't think it's gonna be good for white.
No, maybe. Just wait a little bit after queen h3. May I play bishop d3 or not?
Yeah, so once again.
Queen h3, bishop d3, but then maybe knight take g3 first.
Yeah, but why not? So bishop d4, rook c6, knight where? Knight g3 first.
Knight g3 first, and then knight takes d4. Unless after knight g3, maybe I can play rook takes c6. Well, my point is after
Yeah,
knight g3,
I've got it.
Yeah.
So knight takes d4, and in this case, if bishop takes, there is no bishop f1 because of queen g3 winning the game. Yeah, that's...
No, but maybe after knight g3 I still can play rook c6, right?
Even there.
Yeah, but then knight goes back to h5, let's say, and f3 is hanging.
Seems to be good for black.
But who knows? Maybe even bishop f1, bishop g2, and rook takes c7.
Bishop f1, bishop queen f3.
Bishop g2. And just
I think it's not going to be that good.
Well,
looks very...
rook e4,
f4, f3.
Yeah, f3, d4, f takes, simply.
Yeah, so black should play... Yeah, maybe even knight f6 or rook ac8. It's not gonna be something bad for black.
Rook c1.
Rook ec1, right?
Yes.
Take then, takes, and what's on? Well, still, I mean, like, black should be more or less fine, I think. I don't see, I mean, no weaknesses. The only thing that white has is a pair of bishops. But it shouldn't be enough for winning the game, in my point of view. Yeah, we need to create some threats on the king side. I'm trying to understand how to do it. Maybe not that easy. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe knight f6 still. f3. I play queen h4. Anyway.
Queen f2.
So you just want to swap the queens. Of course, I'll play queen h5.
Of course, I would be happy to do so. Or maybe queen g3. And so on. Yeah, somehow I would take white, but of course with such exposed king, I mean, we never 100%.
Yeah, there
sure.
might be something tactical for black equalizing. I mean, at least it seems that Maxim has.
Yeah, but then
something.
Peter somehow allowed this regrouping after knight at b4, and this position with even
bishop
with
d5,
bishop on d5. I'm not sure that this beautiful bishop is very useful.
Well, I can't say white's king can be potentially in danger, but still some threats possible. Maybe bishop d6 or even queen d5 or rook d5 could be played. Maybe not rook d5. Okay, well, I don't know. So it seems to me that black should be holding somehow, but the pawn on b7 is hanging. So what was the reason to play rook a d8? Just giving up the pawn. Let's say queen takes b7. What was the idea? I find it a little bit mysterious. Maybe rook b8? No? Could it be?
Maybe just rook b8, yeah.
Rook b8 and even bishop f4 is possible.
My white be very greedy, just taking an a7 as well.
Yeah, being greedy is a sin.
Yeah, but
rook b2. Well, still quite hard to prove that you've been wrong, but at least if I would play back, I would feel more or less comfortable. At least some counterplay.
And it seems like draw is agreed, and the first draw today, first game finished for so far. Nikita Vetikov against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Yeah, so black has taken a pawn on d5, and white could only make a draw in this situation. So after, yeah, I think this was the position we've been analyzing. Bishop d5, knight d6. So something was wrong with rook d1, probably bishop b3. Knight d6, bishop takes rook d1. Vladimir didn't find anything better than playing knight f3, taking on g3, retreating with the bishop, and yeah, so a draw agreed. Fedoseev remains in more or less comfortable +1, having white pieces on the next round. Most likely white. That's the good first half for Vladimir Fedoseev, quite solid. Gaganov against Nepomniachtchi, and black is simply exchange up. Simply exchange up. So bishop e4, rook e1, knight d5, bishop e1, c3 is played. Bishop e3, bishop takes d3 instead of c2. And then bishop e3, that was your intention, by the way. Bishop takes, yeah, so Gaganov decided not to...
White seemingly has nothing better than...
Yeah, so...
exchange.
And c5, very, very interesting stuff, by the way, so it was good. Forcing rook c5 and then queen e5, creating counterplay. I mean, otherwise it's better to exclude c7 and a2 pawns. Now white has some weaknesses and black has no weaknesses at all. Queen f4, queen b3, knight g5, h6, knight e4, rook c8, rook e1, queen b4, rook d1, rook d8, queen e3. For some reason not knight d6. I don't know why, by the way. Maybe f6 he didn't like, I don't know. Probably f6. Queen e3. And then it's black to move. Nepomniachtchi is clearly better. Just clearly better. Maybe winning. Simply winning.
No, yes, for me it's just exchange up and...
yeah, exchange up. I mean, how we will... I mean, obviously white's very next move will be knight d6, and what should we do then? Give the exchange back and try to play
immediately, at least immediately. I don't know.
Play rook d7, protect the f7, and just play rook a8 and push the pawn.
King g8 maybe.
Yeah, queen e3, and yeah, we have just to choose the plan.
No, but maybe white can try to expand somehow on the king side. Yeah, that's hard to believe.
Okay, let's say a5, knight d6. I would rather prefer rook d7.
Yeah, probably. Also, it can be mad just to be sure that we don't have any, just to prevent any activity, white's activity on the king side. Maybe f5 can be played. Yeah.
Well, anything can be played. It means that Nepomniachtchi is winning.
Winning. Objectively, maybe just winning. Yeah.
Objectively, just winning. Well, I mean, I cannot imagine, let's say, Magnus Carlsen not winning this position with black.
Yeah.
Against any player. Antipov against Zubov, we've got very few pieces on the board, and white decided in a very pleasant pawn structure. They decided to push e4 and d5, creating an isolated pawn. So this was the position, and e4, d5 was played, but I don't know, was it a good idea? Because now d5 is quite weak, black plays simply rook e8, they shouldn't be worse for sure. Okay, most likely the draw will be agreed, but black is out of risk. Absolutely. So what do we have else? We have women battling, we have Kostyuk against Gerechkina.
Oh, here Alexandra managed to achieve some. Gerechkina managed to achieve.
Yeah, at least she
progress. Yeah,
she progressed.
What happened? So
putting the rook on a6 and chasing this a pawn.
Okay, fixing the pawn structure on the
king d7 is played, by the way,
on the queen side.
Yeah, I would rather prefer black for sure.
Yeah, but here, well, maybe still nothing special, but yes. But what happened since we saw it last time?
Yeah, so rook d7 was taken instead of king d7, knight h5, rook e8, bishop d2, rook e4, g3. So what was rook h4 probably was a threat, or bishop h2.
Yeah.
Bishop f8, and then doubling on e file, controlling the e file. Well, and knight h8, such a peculiar move, but she's aiming to put her knight on d6 and then to c4. So knight h6, knight h8 was played, king f3, rook e6, knight
but
f4.
Here I would think knight f4, knight is very good on h5 for the moment. I would not.
Maybe a4, you think?
But maybe, well, the idea is to play rook a6, maybe a4 or b5, putting the pawn on the white square. Seems logical to me.
Because a b5 then knight f7.
Oh, maybe.
Could it be the weakness?
Maybe, yes, but we should be careful, of course. But maybe a4 or c4 somehow. I want to play c4, but okay, c4. Let's play c4.
c4. Okay, I'll try to be greedy.
Bishop b4
and naughty, and maybe even knight c4. I don't know.
Maybe I will take on f8.
You'll take on f8. Check. King f2, just hypothetically. Yes, but in this case, white should be fine somehow. Say take g6. Is it true?
Knight f4.
Knight f4. Yeah, and I can't really attack your pawns for some reason. Okay, but let's say rook e4. You have knight e2 holding. Well, black is out of risk for sure, but probably white's also do the same.
Also, I would say.
Okay, that's the probable line.
Yeah, but white should try to put her pawns on white squares somehow.
Okay, c4. What else do we have? Let's say knight d6, bishop b4. That's a good move. Well, but maybe not knight d6. But then, still okay. White were out of risk. Maybe knight f4 was a slight inaccuracy.
b5 I like somehow, b5.
Yeah, b5, either do I.
Okay, a3.
a3.
Maybe it's still nothing, I mean, nothing to be worried about.
No, but to be honest, I would...
No, what...
If I play back, I would really consider it I have something.
Yes.
So let's say knight d6.
But then rook is slightly Yeah, but
okay, but
it should be played. Otherwise, white can start thinking about c4. Already,
yeah, otherwise, and I'll start to progress on the queen side. I mean, like I'll put my knight on c4.
Maybe d5.
Even there? Let's see, knight c4.
Knight c4. I forget about knight c4. Okay, still bishop
c1. Do you really try to play a4?
Yes.
I don't think so. I'll play bishop d6 first.
Okay, knight e6 first.
Knight e6. Let's say we play g6.
Knight e6. You have 95, right? Always.
Yeah, I mean, I have knight e5.
Okay, yeah, a bit.
It's a slightly
shaky,
unpleasant. Yeah. Okay, and anyway, Gurechkin seems to be a bit better. And Gira Grigorieva white was crushing, and now what's going on? Black is pawn up somehow, but their position is not that good. But at least they achieved something. I mean, I would rather take the pawn and receive the position on the board with black than play this one.
Was it necessary to take with the pawn on e5?
I don't know.
Otherwise c5 was coming. Yeah.
Otherwise c5 was coming, and black is somehow, well, still not fine, but at least progressed a lot. D takes c5, knight g4, e4, well, okay, let it be, d4 and h3. So it means white couldn't really protect the pawn on e5, right? Because of if queen c5, then knight c6 and
knight c4 or knight c6, yeah.
Yeah, knight c4, maybe still this, no? Like bishop e6 could be the move, right? No, but then I still do not believe that it should be holdable for black. Let's say your only move is to take the knight.
No, even bishop takes.
Even bishop takes, that's true. I have to take with the knight g again.
Knight takes,
and knight takes, and somehow black is holding, still slightly worse.
Okay, rook d1, yeah, it seems like black
also we can include like bishop g5. Well, that's another option, but d4 was played. h3, take f4, which is also tempting. e5, bishop b5. Well, white is still better despite the fact that they're pawn down. But it could be not that much. But okay, let's try to play for the mate. Maybe we're just mating by force, who knows. Let's say rook e1. If you play c5, I'll play b3. Or even knight c4, who knows. Maybe rook e1, planning to play f5, f6. Black is in danger.
Maybe knight e7.
Yeah, knight e7 is one of the fewest moves in the position. Knight d7. Yeah, basically I can try the same, play knight c4, I don't know. So you mean it's not that easy for white to progress forward?
Maybe not that easy, yeah.
Instead of rook c e1, do we have something more logical?
Maybe knight e4 simply.
Knight e4, but if knight d7 still, knight g3. I mean, yeah, probably you're right. Probably it's not that easy. But of course, white is
maybe
better.
knight f3. Knight f3 should be considered as well. If you want to be aggressive. I still not.
Okay, knight d7. I'll make knight
d7.
But
then what's wrong with taking a pawn?
Nothing. Yeah, maybe that's the reason. That's the reason. Knight f3.
No, but c5 is critical, I think, because otherwise white is.
But can I still take on c5 after?
And
can I still take on d4?
No, maybe f5. I was thinking about f5 here. I don't know.
f5 or also knight d4 is an idea.
Knight d4 is also possible. I'm sorry, but then knight f3 is.
And knight f3, that's somewhat I really do like. Okay, white is better. Gira is seemingly bouncing back. Gusev against Galyamova. Bishop h3 is played, by the way. Knight f8. Bishop f4,
which is
also good.
Which is very good, maybe.
And Galyamova is in trouble.
Which is maybe more than good.
Is in a big trouble.
So I don't know what to do actually.
Maybe c6 is still possible, and somehow black is not losing by force. But it has to be checked anyway.
Well, that's true that all their important squares seem to be under control. E7, D7, so...
Maybe let's still try to...
Okay, bishop F6.
Bishop F6. Yeah, we need to push our pawn somehow. That's what we do really need to do. Let's say... Well, not that easy to find the plan, by the way. And somewhat... And I figure out that now we need the bishop on b3. If we could transfer it at once...
Have a little bit artificial way to improve, but okay, let's try. Rook b1.
b6 and rook...
d6.
And then if c5...
rook c6.
Yeah, but that could be the idea.
Yeah,
for sure.
It looks a bit,
the point is that c5 is probably the only move. Otherwise, let's say if knight g6, then rook d7.
Or maybe rook e1, or rook d7 as well, or rook d1.
Yeah, just this is clearly winning. This should be winning.
And bishop g3, just...
yeah.
If I want
it should be very bad for black. Okay, so bishop e4 is on the board. Yeah, okay, c6 is an option, and then rook d3, rook b1, rook d6, the idea. Yeah, and again, so I think in the women's tournament we will have all the decisive results. But okay, Kashlinska also having...
No, but I'm sorry, after c6, rook b1 immediately is even stronger.
And rook b1, okay, yeah, of course. I mean, no doubts. Okay, I'll just illustrate it.
Maybe b5 then. No, maybe b5. I'm blundering b5. Do I... Okay, let's start with bishop d6 first. Bishop d6, rook b1.
Yeah, and it means that if b6, let's say rook c1.
After b5, rook c1 as well.
And after b5, yeah, so that's the idea. That's good. Kashinsky against Garifulina white is an exchange up, but not much winning chances. Probably the position is just equal. Or not equal, a bit better for white, but I do not see the way how they can really progress. But rook c1 was played. Queen a3, how did she... Wow, that was cool and a bit unexpected. Knight c3, knight e7, queen e7, queen c4, queen c5. For some reason, queen f6 was bad. Maybe because of simple rook c1. Queen c5, take, rook c1, knight d5, f3. Bishop d6. Wow. Was it forced? Was it all forced by the way?
I don't know.
I don't know, but
it's very tactical struggle.
Yeah. Okay, but then h5 was the good reaction. Rook d1, knight g4, king e2.
Oh, it seems that yes, black
should be holding. I mean, if white is not mating on the 8th rank, I mean, they don't have even other single idea, even any idea.
No, that is solid. Yeah, black is very solid. Yeah, indeed.
Getman Guninov, we've got a mess, but it seems to be better for black in my point of view because of this h3 pawn. So it should be distracting white's pieces quite hardly. And I would really consider rook c1 check. Don't ask me what will be if king a2, but...
Well, assuming that black is always winning in Valentina's game so far, so yeah.
So that's the reason to bet on Valentina.
Yeah, this is, you don't need to look at the board.
So d4 was played anyway. f4, queen c6. Wow. So the d3 pawn is untouchable. F takes e5, pawn takes rook d1, knight e4. A very good initiative play by Valentina. So f2 is hanging. It means that, let's say, if queen d5, queen takes d5, simply winning, because knight f2, knight d3, winning in exchange. So knight e4, rook hg1, rook a b8, attacking the queen. Taking on c3, she decided to take on c3 instead of f2, which is just better. Queen c3, queen e4. Aiming to play rook c8, rook g4, queen f5, rook f4, queen h3, king b1, queen h5. Now the material is equal and black is simply better because of better pawn structure. The king is weaker than his opponent. Queen d2, rook fd8, rook d4, queen f5, king a1, rook dc8. So now king is placed even...
So Valentina didn't want to take on d4, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, so...
She could have taken on... No, I mean, after... Yeah, queen f5, okay, one. She could have taken just on d4 and then on f2, right? She didn't wish to transfer to
I
this.
think she didn't like that after queen f2, let's say, white takes on e2 with the... they can take with the rook. And it's not that clear. Okay, it's probably black is still fine, but it won't be that
d4,
easy.
d5,
d4,
d6.
yeah, d1 is pushing. King a1, that's okay, that's the alternative. At least the position on the board is somewhat I like for black. Queen g4, f5. Rook c5 is played instead of rook c1. So I'm trying to figure out, was it needed, by the way? Could we have played rook c1?
King a2.
Yeah, let's say king a2 and then queen g1. Like rook d8 is the only move. Then we take on d8 and then queen h4 check in the end. This is somewhat a blunder. Okay, so f5 and then rook c5 played instead. Which is also good. I think black's main idea is to play king h7, by the way.
What about e6 now?
e6, but I think we just have more captures.
F takes, f6 maybe.
Wow. Pardon me? F takes e6, f6. Do you really threat rook d8?
Well, my intention is e5 maybe.
So, and if I simply take on f6?
e5.
e5. Let's say I still check on g1. You have rook e1.
Rook e1, h2 maybe. Yeah? h2.
Yeah, rook e1, h2, and if king a2.
Okay, maybe rook takes.
Rook takes e5, right?
Oh, I was counting on rook e1. Then if it doesn't work, then maybe it's not a good idea.
Okay, maybe even this position is not that bad for white. For all of a sudden.
Oh, that's also true.
Yeah, the black's king is exposed. So rook c5 is played and e6, e takes, f takes e6 and f6 is an idea. Looks fantastical. And what black can really try to do?
I don't know if white has... Well, what about transferring the rook to h5, rook h5?
Rook h5, I didn't like f takes g7, I think. And if you play h2, I have rook d8.
But maybe this is not modern draw, yeah? But okay,
h2, let's say check. Taking g7 is the only move. And it means that, well, I still can't take on h2 because of queen g1 there. So let's say check, king h6, Yeah, but then black cannot really avoid the perpetual.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe not.
Okay, so it's still not clear, but it seemed to me that Valentin is simply better. So e6 is a good intention, then if f takes e6, then f6. Shavalova against Pagonina, we have another Catalan and knight b5, knight d5. This is somewhat you see not that often. Yeah, and white is probably better. Hard to evaluate.
And Natalia is going to be in time trouble very soon.
So what to do there with white?
Yeah, by the way, Polina is very, very comfortable now with her.
Okay, I would play a4 first.
And very confident.
Yeah.
And playing quite quick.
Yeah, can we play
quickly,
a4, knight d6, and then e4? And force black knights to go away.
Yes, why not?
Let's say you play knight c7, but then even knight f4 leads to a better position for white.
Mm-hmm.
And then aiming to play e5 at some point.
Yeah, right.
So knight b5, a4 is somewhat we do prefer.
Yeah, very passive play from Natalia once again. Not for the first time in this tournament.
Yeah.
She's just getting very passive positions, and sometimes she escapes. And
Knight d2 is played instead of a4, protecting the f3 square. Maybe still nothing wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and still it's not that easy for black to make a move.
So rook c8 will be met by e4, I think. d4 is hanging. So, but then a4 and e4 and
even
e4
there
and c6.
And even avoiding the knight straight. Yeah, but maybe knight d2 is not the worst move.
So maybe queen d7 should be played. Yeah.
Queen d7. Yeah, we can do just the same, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Knight d6, e4.
But e4...
Yeah, I'm trying to play in a very concrete manner.
Mm-hmm. And e5, yes.
And e5 or knight f4 first.
Bishop f7.
And then e5.
And then e5, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks very good.
Yeah, you have knight f5, but then I take on...
Knight is...
Looks
knight
very
f4,
scary.
Yeah.
Looks scary.
Mm.
And also e6 is hanging. Okay, white is better. Shuvalov is about to score here. We can't already say that she is about to score the 6, but the tendency is quite optimistic for her.
Mm-hmm. Bishop e8.
Yeah, protecting c6 in a quite passive way.
Yeah, but
nothing else to do.
What to do, yeah.
So now a4, e4, knight f4, just.
Yeah.
Push them back. Yeah, Kashinskaya Garifulina is still nothing new. The king is carried off the action. So let's say check. Can we try to checkmate? But not really. King h6. Yeah, it just remains drawish. It should be at least.
Yeah.
Okay, we still can make a check, and the question is which piece to cover. What do we prepare? Bishop. Yeah, my idea was after bishop h7 to play bishop e2.
Bishop d3, yes.
Yeah, planning to play bishop d3 at some point, but still, I mean, like, even white progresses like this, still the position will be drawish. Let's say we can simply give a check. Very difficult to progress.
Oh, of course, yeah, it's very difficult to achieve any
Yeah, once again, like black is in Kostyuk against Gereshkin, black is simply better.
Yeah, but maybe black can just try to... but okay. Rook b6 will be met by a4. So, but black should get back her rook to the play. Maybe, what about rook a4, a5? I don't know. Is it a considerable option or not?
Yes, it can be, I think. Yeah, why not? Okay, we can start with... So knight c4 fails into a4, by the way.
Knight c4, a4, yeah. So, and, well...
Okay, let's say rook a4.
The structure is very good for black, but she needs to... Okay.
Maybe
example,
d5, maybe we can
I would just consider something like king c2. Knight c4, right?
Knight c4, king b3.
Well, for example, king b3, yes.
Okay, we'll still can do the same, but...
We can do the same, but the way this is the right way to proceed. Maybe.
Yeah, so it just means that optically black seems to be better, but it's hard to prove that they have something sufficient.
Maybe you're right, by the way, about d5.
Yeah, just eliminate a couple of pawns. I mean, yeah, of course we are not playing on win there with white, so that's why not.
No, I don't feel like white can ever be better here, but maybe not that was because it's all about the pieces. So black pieces are not in the perfect position, and I know.
Yeah, I agree.
It is not easy to improve them. Now maybe white can think about rook e2. Bishop e7 is played, right?
Mm-hmm.
What about rook e2?
With an idea to play knight e6?
Yes, knight c4, I guess, knight e6. g6, yes, for example. And even knight c5 is far from clear for me, but okay, it's giving up the pawn maybe is not the best idea.
Knight c5.
But okay, let's start with bishop h6, I cannot, sorry. Yeah.
Knight c5 is a nice try, by the way.
But what happens if you just take everything? Bishop take, knight takes.
Yeah, but
rook a2. Rook a2. The pawn is not even hanging. But then it's.
But then it means that the white is just fine.
Rook is, I mean, a bit stuck on an a6.
Well, still I can play like rook b6, knight e6,
yeah, but then
knight
it's
e8.
completely different. Yeah, but then it's completely different story.
You're gonna go bishop f4, h4.
No, even c4.
Yeah, it means that white is.
And then
once again, white optically seem to be slightly worse, but really.
Rook e2 is played, by the way.
Okay.
So yeah, of course, structure is much better for black, but pieces are awkwardly placed at the moment.
At Shuvalov against Pogonina, a4 is played.
Knight yeah, but it's incredibly passive. But I don't know what to do. I'm not criticizing, but which
nothing
means
else
that something was
wrong.
Yeah, something was played previously, which simply was not good, probably. So, but okay, what to do on the other hand? e4 is
e4 outplay anyway. Knight c7 and seemingly queen c2 leading to the crushing attack.
D4 is
okay, I will not give it up, of course.
Maybe we don't need to hurry up with c4.
Knight e7.
Okay, we need to put our pawn on. Okay, let's go e4, e5.
So you mean like if rook takes?
I take.
Queen takes.
Knight e4, knight f4.
Yeah, so some kind of initiative. That's probably the right pattern.
Maybe I'm too optimistic. Like Queen e7 is still.
Yeah, but by the way, e4 knight c7 is played. And e5 is a very
No, but
considerable option.
this is not the way Polina plays, at least in this tournament, so she will not sacrifice. She will probably
play queen c3.
Something. Knight f3, can it be made by
Bishop h5? Yes, it can. Yeah, but nothing wrong with queen c3, by the way. Then we can protect with knight b3 at least. Well, white has plenty of options for sure.
Right, right.
So she'll just choose. Okay, in the men's section. So this is a position on the board in Karyakin against Smatlakov. Rook c1 check, still played. Knight f1, bishop c3, f5, bishop d7. It's very, very similar to the lines we've been considering. Knight d5 check, bishop c8, queen d5, bishop f6, check. And how to evaluate this position, by the way? Because optically, white improved a lot. They took the pawn.
I would say optically white is just winning. No,
Yes.
I mean the bishop c8 is very bad.
Yeah, but what
is there any way to improve
what
it?
went wrong really? So we decided that rook c1 was a bit premature.
It was
Maybe not giving a check, let's say. As we said, bishop c3 could be the move. Knight f3, knight e4, knight d4, and bishop d7 probably. So now we're at least going to play knight c5. This is an idea. Or also just retreat on knight on f6 or play rook e8. So just to hold this position, not to play and
Okay,
win.
bishop e4 is still possible, yeah?
Bishop e4, take
But then
queen e4, bishop h3.
h3,
So
yeah.
you can start with g3. It's g4, by the way. So this is the point. Yeah, but then I can play knight c5. This is somewhat I like.
Queen d1.
Queen d1. Then let's say rook e8 or rook a8. Maybe rook a8 even. Well, I mean, at least
Maybe knight c2 still.
At least it seemed to be better than the position in the game. Yeah, knight c2, okay, I can still play bishop c6, maybe I'm not losing the pawn.
Why not?
Yeah, rook d8 I have. Bishop f7. Okay, I'm blundering every time, so that's... Yeah, that's very, very sad. Oh, come on, but I don't believe it can be bad. I can't believe it can be bad. Okay, knight e4, knight d4, bishop d7 is fine, satisfies me, g4. Ah, I've got an idea. By the way, just play rook e8 immediately.
What if I go for it?
Yeah, I think you can't really avoid the perpetual.
Oh.
I'm not sure, but it seems to be.
King g2, let's say.
Yeah, king g2, check.
King f3.
King f3. This is how it works. No, but come on, I'm getting very, very angry. Really. So rook c8 is fine, knight d2, rook c1. Maybe something went wrong a bit later. f5, bishop d5. Okay, starting from the rook c1, I don't really like rook c1, by the way. Okay, still I'll try to defend my bishop c3, knight f3, and then maybe the problem is with the pawn on h6, because I've seen h5 instead of h6. In case of h5, we do not allow a g4 and f5 plan.
Yeah, that's true. That could be critical.
And
then you can play g6.
And
sometimes.
we do not really risk with the attack on the king side. So, well, but on the h6 drawback, could it be that sufficient in the matter of whole game? Because with pawn on h5, there are no g4 and f5 ideas. Knight e4, knight d4, maybe still not that bad, I don't know. can't really get the whole point. Okay, maybe take on d4, by the way. It seems a bit strange, but queen d4, still playing knight g3, and try to pretend that we have a good counterplay.
Queen takes.
Queen takes, we play, let's say, knight f5.
No, okay, somehow I take white here. Well, I mean, no, of course it's far from clear, but queen d2. But...
Okay, queen d2. Well, still has to be holdable somehow. Maybe even knight h4. I don't know.
I would take d5 probably.
But then rook d8.
Rook d8 then.
So bishop. Well, bishop d4, but no, I do not really like bishop d4. But I just want to prove that even bishop d4 is not losing. Yeah, let's say I just give a check. You play king h2. I play rook c2.
g4, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing with this pawn on h6 that I do not really like. Maybe I'm not losing immediately. Maybe some knight e2 stuff.
King g3.
Ah, there is king g3. Yeah, that's what I blundered. g4. Yeah, that's the whole point of this h6 pawn that I don't really like. And again, moving back again to the position on the
h5,
board.
you think, yes?
I think h5. I mean, that's a very typical thing. h3 is usually played with an elite play g4, not only to
give an
secure the the king's position. So h5, and in comparison to the line playing in the game, so what it was f4, and then rook c8 was played, and then let's prove that h5 is much better. Yeah, at least like more ideas. I can see more ideas. While g4 is illegal, almost illegal. At least, I mean, the king cannot hide via g4 and king g3.
One more game has just finished.
Artemiev won against Yesipenko, but what has happened? Was it that bad? Because we thought, okay, White has received the position of the dreams in King's Inning, but still it was not much better. Rook d8, queen b7, rook f5, rook e1, queen f6.
Oh.
But was it a blunder?
Not probably, it was just miscalculation.
So we've calculated rook b8 over there, right? I think that was our intention. And what was wrong after rook b8, let's say? Could it be just the same queen a7, rook b2, rook fe1? But it seems to be that no, at least queen f5 is possible, and queen f2 at least a perpetual. At least a perpetual.
But maybe Andrei thought that rook f5 is simpler, or maybe is better. No, it's better. Maybe I don't know. Maybe
he saw that White is forced to take on f5. That was the point. And then after queen e7, probably they have some perpetual. Probably Black has a but rook e1 is. Could it be just a victory? Could it bring just a victory to Vladislav? I mean, it already bring a victory, but
yeah, probably.
Is it just winning?
Just forgot about
rook e1. Yes, it could be.
Maybe a rook e7.
It could
just
be.
Forgot about rook e7.
And rook e7. The point being that also queen e7 is not that good because of rook f1. And by the way, it was a very funny story that Russian High League 2019 Pankratov against Yesipenko. It was exactly the same idea, and then Yesipenko blundered rook f1. So I mean, he didn't blunder, but he didn't play. I mean, he didn't implement the same idea winning the game, and they played a draw. And probably he was opting for the same, but rook e7 was played, and what to do? Rook f8, rook e1, and yeah. While White's queen securing the big diagonal, there is no perpetuals at all. Queen g6, king h1, rook f2, queen d5. Intermediate is very useful. Pushing back the king. Rook g1, queen e8, rook g2, and everything is protected, and Black just resigns. Yeah, just a small drama. Well, basically, black wasn't better, but it seemed to me that they shouldn't be that much worse after rook b8. And as far as we can see, it was just a miscalculation.
Right.
So, and I think we just satisfied our prediction, like before the round.
Artemiev.
Yeah, so Artemiev started to boost. I mean, at least he won the one single game in a row.
So he's on +1 only, right?
Yeah, so, yeah.
And we can just remind you that both leaders are trying to improve their leading positions. So, and I mean,
and Nepomniachtchi is seemingly winning.
Both of them have good chances to succeed. Yes, here d5 was the last move, right?
d5, yeah, very desperate attempt to break through, but nothing wrong with e takes d5, by the way.
e6 and just f takes e6, for example.
Yes.
Otherwise,
yeah, otherwise queen d4. That's
queen
we can get the
d4,
point
yeah,
at
so
least. At least we can get the point. Yeah, f takes. It should be quite simple. Let's say queen c3.
No, maybe still queen d4, right? I don't know. e5, yes, e5.
e5 or, well, basically rook f6 should be winning also.
Well, I cannot believe that Jan will somehow miss it off.
Yeah, not.
I think
like 99.9% Jan will win this game, and it's already move 43. So, and he has 1 hour to go. It's a lot of time to convert the advantage there. So e takes finally. Yeah, queen d4 or e6 is gonna be played. Maybe even queen d4. I don't know. Let's say queen d4, but then queen e6, the point being that knight e5 loses because of rook fd8. Yeah, so Jan is winning, and Sergei is probably winning also. But black is trying to create a fortress, by the way. Yeah, the point being that check, white has to take on c8, then rook d2.
Yeah, but then one extra pawn, I cannot believe in fortress. But okay, yeah.
Yeah, but then we play f6.
f6, yes.
But white has a plan to break through, by the way. So we play h4, g5. So this is the position, and it's white to move.
Oh, still hard to believe, yeah. That
let's say h4, maybe it's not that bad, I don't know. But it looks lost.
I would take somehow e5 under control. Maybe I would start
with queen c7.
Queen e8, maybe.
Queen 8, f6.
And maybe now I would start pushing.
Okay, can black really create some threats? Let's say we can just play rook d1, let's say. How we can break through.
Oh, then maybe g5. Ah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, g5 we take twice. And,
okay, king f2 then.
No, sorry, g5 is possible, by the way, in this occasion. Because h take g5 falls into queen h5.
Ah, yeah. Nice.
So it still remains tricky. But, I mean, of course, rook d1 was made with an intention to take on.
But f takes g5 is possible there, right?
F takes g5 is possible for sure. But then...
Even this position after h takes g5 is probably lost.
Yes. Yeah, that's the point. Because if check... So now white received the passed pawn. Now white received the passed pawn.
Even so, but of course white will not give this pawn up. And...
So seemingly, what do we think about this position? It's more likely to be winning for white than to be drawish, right?
Yes, I think it should be winning for white.
Yeah, obviously with an inclusion.
Queen e8 is played.
I think if we'll just drop off these b pawns, but I think it's more likely to be drawish. Because bishop just simply goes to e5 with a pawn on f6. We do not blunder g5, queen h6, and we just try to control the... And maybe we can try to play, let's say, once again, queen e8 is played, by the way, f6 is played, and after h4, we should include bishop e5 first. I don't know. I don't know, by the way, what's the point being. Maybe I'm just blundering. And now it's even stronger for white, right? Because g5, g6 is
what was the idea?
To be honest, I don't know. Okay, my idea was to play rook h2, but and then you play just the g5 and g6
yes.
mate is threatening. Okay, well, so what to do there with black? Very difficult situation for Matlakov.
Rook d1.
Is played or not?
Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It is played. Well, king f2 probably. Yeah,
Yeah, but king rook d1, I saw the g5 is possible there.
no, but then f takes.
Yeah, but I think we figure out that this position is just...
Oh, yeah, but I'm not sure that white will need
well,
to give up the pawn.
white needs a breakthrough, otherwise I play rook g1 and I control g5.
No, but that's why I want to play king f2 first.
Uh-huh. Okay. King f2 first. But then... But then check once again.
King f3.
So that was your point. Okay, I've got it. Could it be some rook d5 stuff or not really?
Mm-hmm.
Or rook b1.
No, g5.
G5 take.
Oh, just by the way, if you take with the h pawn, maybe I have some... No, I don't have, yeah.
You were thinking about h5, h6?
h5, yes, h6.
And king goes to the king side. Yeah, but okay, if you take, let's say, which is simpler, pawn takes, is it 100% winning?
No, it is not, but... King f2 is played, yeah? Or king f2 is played, I think.
No, king g2 is played.
King g2 is played.
Which could be even better. Yeah, king g2, and then after rook d2, once again, king f3. Yeah, just a brilliant game by Sergei Karakin. And he is about to win against Maxim Matlakov. So Gaganov Nepomniachtchi is still in progress, but white is lost. Simply lost. Absolutely lost. And I think Gaganov will resign quite soon. What about Antipov against Dubov? We've got king g2. Well, black has a better rook game. Do they?
Maybe he will be just pawn up soon, or maybe not, yeah?
Well, we need to protect on f6 somehow, otherwise I can't see the way how we can win the game.
King g5, yes?
Yeah, let's say king g5, but then king g3. Could it be?
I think this is the idea.
No, but then king g5 is just pointless.
Right, okay. But king g7, we have a lot of checks.
Yeah, okay, at least one. Okay, we need to...
maybe king f8.
King f8.
No, okay, no, that's...
Okay, that's probably just a draw a shine game. Yeah, so this position is, okay, optically seemed to be better for black, but we cannot really protect the pawn.
Okay,
in a normal way.
This is going to be draw, I think.
And so, like Karakin is winning, this is draw, and Nepomniachtchi is winning, and again, men potentially can decide all of their sixth game even earlier than even a single game in the women's section, by the way. Okay, we can briefly scroll down the...
Oh, but no.
What's going on?
This is really scary.
For whom?
For white. I mean, this is...
Is it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, but you cannot really take on a3, you know? You don't have even an idea to take on a3.
But maybe rook will never be back, yeah?
Yeah.
You mean...
So, I'm just waiting for you to... Okay, of course you have to play a5, but then if you play a5, it means that your rook cannot go back to a6. Let's say we play rook g2.
Oh, okay, a5, yes.
a5, then rook a2. And your pieces are a bit stuck.
Yeah, but king can go.
But then
somewhere.
king can go, yes. And it becomes just crazy. Yeah, so and now like while white is a bit stalemated, but
No,
like
maybe
still like
check,
no,
maybe-
but still
maybe
I go there. It could be just a positional draw,
King f5 for
King f5, I play rook a2.
King g4.
King g4, I thought I have d5 idea, but I wasn't like 100% sure about it.
Hmm.
Maybe I can simply play rook f2 there.
No, but maybe then
It becomes a bit
move
risky.
earlier. I mean, you can
Or
just play rook
rook
e1.
e2 is even stronger. I think rook e2 can potentially just win the game for me. Because I think I'll be just like many times faster.
Hmm. Yeah, both pieces are stuck, right? Not
Yes,
only
yes,
rook,
yes.
but
I mean,
okay.
like, my idea is to provoke you
knight
to
can
play
go to
a5.
a5 before you play a5, so knight can go back to a5, right? And b3, but yeah, it's hard to see why.
It looks like, okay, obviously white is not risking to win the game, but it could be a positional draw.
Hmm.
Rook f2, king e6, rook e2. So it
This
could
is
be
played,
it
yeah.
could be the line, yeah.
Yes,
and
maybe.
Seemingly, well, so let's say if king d5,
No, rook f2 is still possible.
rook f2, then f5, but then rook e2 back again, and now it is getting risky.
It's getting too risky
It
because
is,
no one of
yeah, but
black-
it's just a complete stalemate, by the way.
Yeah, this is it. No,
That's
f5
funny because
f5
even
is-
okay, you have rook a6, but I think you will be out of moves very, very, very soon. Let's say rook e7.
rook g7.
Wow, fantastic.
No, f5.
Okay,
should
yeah,
work,
like black has to repeat the moves probably. Okay, just positional draw. And Giri against Grigoriev, white is an exchange up, but Grigoriev has some compensation because d3 pawn is, well, is a bone in the throat. Queen c3, h5, and whatsoever. Could it be b3 right now?
B3 is a very attractive option.
At least, yeah. Well, like bishop c6, I think queen c4 counts with a check. That is somewhat unpleasant.
Queen g6. What, sorry? Queen g6?
No, I saw bishop c6, but then queen
no,
c4.
don't
But
you-
now I'm not like 100% sure if it is all right for white. Let's say king h8.
But no threat. in this
Okay, I want to
position,
take on e4. Ah, but then you take on c8. Okay.
And
Got
one
it.
more game has just finished, as you predicted.
Yeah, so Gaganov won. Gaganov lost, of course, against Nepomniachtchi. I mean, of course, in terms of the game he played, because it was just disastrous. 95, queen e6, and well, Nepomniachtchi winning his game with black pieces, heading to plus what? Plus 3.
Plus 3.
It's a good day for Jan. And Gaganov losing his second in a row. No, sorry, he made a draw against Karakin yesterday. Yeah, so congrats, Jan. Okay. And what else? Okay, Karakin, Matlakov. King g2, rook d2, king f3, rook d5 was played. Still queen g6. So queen g6, king h8.
No, in g5.
And g5 will be the move.
Be played. No, it's not over yet, I think. Yeah?
Obviously not.
Probably just
Pawn takes. Yeah, seemingly you take on g5.
Mm-hmm. No, f takes, probably.
F takes. Do we blunder anything?
Not yet.
And Could he really create a fortress? Okay, bishop f6 is probably a threat.
Oh, sorry, f6 is coming. Not immediately, maybe check. No, f6.
F6 is an idea.
G takes f6. G takes f6. This is a problem, yeah?
Is it?
No, I mean, after f6 immediately.
After f6 immediately.
Yeah, because bishop f6 fails to...
Probably rook f5, rook
f5
also. Sorry, I mean there. Yes, so bishop f6 fails into check. And queen e4 winning the rook. But then pawn takes. Pawn takes and... Could it be a study-like win, let's say? Play e4 first.
Or maybe just
retreat.
moving the king.
Yeah, but then like we're trying to protect the 7th rank and it shouldn't be that bad.
But how exactly? King g4?
King g4, rook d1, can it be? King f5?
Yeah, rook should go back to d5, right?
Rook.
But king is...
No, but then king proceeding
to... And what to do actually?
Maybe
this is just winning.
Study like win. Okay.
So g5 is...
I wouldn't be surprised that we are mistaken on any move, but that could be an idea. Sacrifice a pawn and just push the king towards the other monarch. So Antipov against Dubov. So the king is on g8, but well, probably just. Well, I've got what probably Dubov is going to do. King f7, king rook d7, king e6, rook takes.
Still should be draw.
We take on a4.
A4.
Yes, and then it's getting.
No.
It could get tough for white, by the way, to defend, because if rook c7, I'm sure this position is quite dangerous. Let's say rook c2. We can even play rook b3 first, just to fix the pawns. Play b5, a4. That's the first plan. The other is g5.
Maybe still draw, but okay.
No, I think this is quite dangerous. It reminds me the recent game between Dubov and Artemiev in Russian Team Championship, and it was a very, very similar rook end game.
No, this is dangerous. Yeah, okay, this is dangerous. So what can be done? What can be done?
Yeah, so rook, just a very good practical chance. What else can be done? Maybe rook d6 first, but you know, like the king is carried on the 8th rank. Maybe we should create some active counterplay. Let's say push the king. I'll say just play rook b7 first.
Yeah, that was my also.
Rook b7 first. Let's say we take on b2. We play king. Should we play king somewhere? I don't know. Okay, anyway, king g3.
Yeah, I agree.
That should be a draw.
Maybe h4 first. Maybe h4 first.
Yeah, h4 against g5.
Because now maybe check and g5 is possible.
Check g5, but I still wanted to play h4
anyway,
nevertheless.
Yeah, but maybe h4 immediately, even strong. But okay, both works.
Okay.
And
so that should be drawish. Yeah, h4 first. Okay, so but still fighting. Probably it would be the last remaining game, by the way, in the men's section, because the g5 is played. G5 is played.
Yeah, rook b7 is played. G5 is played, yes, naturally played.
So the other games, Kostyuk, Garechkina. Like Garechkina is. So and it's also move 40, by the way. So Garechkina has to make a decision to repeat the position. Well, she still can repeat the position, avoiding threefold, but seemingly she's not even better. The position is just that draw.
Yeah, probably it is draw.
The others, Gira against Grigorieva.
Wow.
So she simply took on h5, rook e8, rook g5.
And Kostyuk Garechkina has just finished. I mean,
yeah, just a draw.
Draw is agreed. Yeah.
Knight e6. Yeah, and Gira is about to win, just a winning position. Yeah, let's say rook e5 is somewhat I do prefer there. The most solid.
Okay, I like both, and rook g4 is also.
Yeah, rook g4 also.
also
I mean,
good.
not allow any checks, but.
Yeah, but rook g4 keeping all the
Okay,
attacking
yeah.
chances.
Yeah, just use this to analyze. Gusev against Galyamov, we've got, wow, what's going on? Yeah, and the first side, white is simply winning. I don't believe it can be other side. Yeah, so basically she has done almost the same that you've
Yeah, but
suggested.
she missed. Yeah, but she wasted one tempo. Okay, but maybe it is not useful actually, because but if you start with bishop d6, then that it comes on force, and here I mean you needed to play rook
b6,
d1 to
rook
prepare
f(c1). Maybe there is no, but rook d8 is illegal because of bishop c7. Yeah, maybe you're right.
Still rook d3, but rook b3 then, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just should be winning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but even rook b5, rook b1, b5, rook b1, b5, rook f d1, h5, rook d6, rook h6. Wow.
No, okay.
Probably it was the only way how to develop the pieces.
But Alisa was given an extra.
It's very tricky.
Mm-hmm.
It's very tricky. So she just
an extra opportunity, but it doesn't help, yeah.
Yeah. Cold-blooded Marina Guseva just played rook g3, and well, the position is just lost. Yeah, forced black to play e3, fixed all the pawns, and this should be easy winning.
Yeah, knight is still on f8. Yeah.
Yeah, so just let's play g3 first.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say.
Or h4. I would.
Yeah, maybe even h4. Maybe even h4. H4. Yeah, black is just like totally pinned.
Yeah, looks.
And how we will checkmate? Let's say bishop f7. Could it be? Then rook e7.
Rook will go somewhere. Yeah,
rook e7 could be
rook g3, rook g3 maybe at some point, or.
Yeah, I want to play bishop f7, rook d5. That was my idea.
Good enough. Good enough.
Well, but basically black doesn't have even a single move, a single useful move. So
maybe bishop f7.
Maybe
still.
d4. Let's say.
Yeah.
We play rook g3. Let's say you play rook somewhere, and we play then rook
g3.
Rook g3 and threatening nothing. Absolutely.
No, okay. Rook h8 still.
Rook h8. Sorry, forcing black to play f5, and then something will happen for sure. Okay, so Gusev winning against Galyamov, bouncing back. Arkashinskaya Garifulina is a dead draw. Well, maybe it's just a very, very small chances for Kashinskaya, but seemingly, yeah, but at the moment I think even h4 is possible, let's say. h4, I don't know even if it's needed, but it should be absolutely drawish. Shavalov against Pagonina, this is the position on the board, and what was the idea? So, wow. Some good tactical stuff. a5, b5. Wow. Yeah, well. A bit strange breakthrough, but then e5, f5. Black's pawn structure looks quite awkward. Knight c5. By the way, could d takes c5 be played? But knight c5 I also like.
And d4 is hanging, yeah? So
yeah, I mean, like, we do not really feel this pawn on c6, so it looks like white has an extra. At some point, c6 pawn even...
Yeah, the bishop is still desperate, yeah?
Yeah. And even hurts black. Knight b5, knight b3, everything is protected. Bishop c4, yeah, probably that was the point. The point being that after bishop d5, maybe knight d3 was an idea.
Yeah, but bishop e6.
Bishop e6, then we take on f5. Yeah, let's say if bishop f7... well, it has to be winning somehow. Maybe not that easy. Maybe not that fast.
Maybe.
Okay, once again, knight d3. What to do there? Maybe just a good practical chance.
Is it the position?
So, yeah, this is the position.
Probably it was played on the severe time trouble.
Pardon me. Knight c5 can also be played. Knight c5, rook c5, bishop e6. That is the solution.
This is
Yeah,
much easier.
yeah. Otherwise, if rook retreats somewhere, well, that's just absolutely winning for white because e6 fold and f7, and this pair of connected pawns should be enough for white to decide the game. So knight c5 is the easiest way for sure.
So, but this is the position, right?
Yes.
I mean, just before knight c5.
Yeah, well, black can try to hold playing bishop f7. Well, we take on d5. C takes d5, obviously, but then, well, nothing really changes.
Oh, the bishop is still very bad.
Like b7, like in trying to, we have to invade somehow. Well, probably that's the last practical chance. Maybe that's the way how the game will go on. And Getman against Gunina, what do we have? Rook d5 was played instead of e6 and f6, which I liked really. Yeah. Rook d5, rook c4, queen e3, and it looks like white has spoiled a pair of tempos. I do not like what white has done. Rook d6. Okay, queen h6 is probably threatening, but even after queen h6, I do not see.
No, but e6 is another idea, yeah?
Okay, so it's not that clear, right? Let's say if we play rook g2. What is the point?
Yeah, rook g2 I like, yeah.
Maybe still queen h6, by the way. Let's say king goes and we play e6 there. Could it be? But then I can't really find the mate after rook e2. But after rook e2, well, I think e7 is too long because rook b2 should be mating on the first side. Somehow, at least. Still has to be calculated.
Still, yes, maybe not that clear. But, yeah, e7 is it's funny.
Yeah, it's a bit...
Oh, but maybe rook e8.
Rook e8, but do we really hold?
Queen e6 is... Sorry. Queen e6 is not possible, yeah. My intention was queen e6.
Well...
but then... Sorry. Maybe... No, it doesn't rotate there. So, yeah, e7
rook
is
d6.
a nice trick, yeah, maybe.
Rook g2, let's say. Well, otherwise, if not rook g2, what black can do there? Can we just try to promote, let's say, playing rook h8 or...
Rook g2 is played, I think.
Yeah, rook g2 is played and queen h6 and e6 probably has to be played. Yeah, we can start with e6 because we don't have an option to play queen h6 with the tempo, so that's why I check first. Sorry. King g8 and then e6 is the line. But actually we can try this move.
Yes.
We can try queen g7. But there is queen h3 for all of a sudden.
If I take on e2?
So you take with the check. I just blundered. You take
e7.
E7.
No, b2 is hanging. Sorry, b2.
Yeah, I saw that we can take, but
but then
you take with a check,
and
then it should be winning somehow.
Well,
yeah, the rook is pinned, and we just have to solidify. Yeah. But maybe not that easy because queen g4 is also hanging.
Somehow should be winning. Yeah, okay.
Somehow should be winning. But how, let's say, if we just by force? Yeah, probably that's the solution. Let's say king b3, check, king b4, and that's just a mate. Oh, sorry,
no,
that's
not yet. Okay, rook b8.
Okay, queen e4 first, maybe, simpler. And then we take the rook with a check. But still a lot of calculations, and it's not. It's far from being simple.
No, that's true.
But it seems to me that white still has point tempos. I do like this e6 f6, even we sacrifice a pair of pawns, which we do not really like to do. In this particular position with pawns e5 and f5, sacrificing both pawns. But well, it could have been rook g2. Well, but looks like black is out of risk.
Looks so, yeah.
With this pawn on
Yeah.
h3, it's a very...
And Karakin.
And Karakin finally won against...
So what was...
It's just almost the same. Look, I mean, like, he won this position in 5 moves.
Mhm.
It's incredible to imagine.
But maybe a rook d5 was a bit unfortunate, yeah. But still, white black position should be lost, in my opinion. So rook d5, g5. What happens? Let's see. f6. Yeah, f6 was played. Yes. No, maybe it was not.
g5, pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, f6.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and if pawn takes, we decided that
King g4. That's why Maxim gave the pawn back immediately. But then what happened? Maybe
g4 and then king e4.
Yeah,
so it comes with the tempo.
Rook e5. No, I don't understand. Sorry, didn't
let's
get it.
say. Yeah, also didn't get a full point of it. Could it be that just the position is lost?
Okay, king f4, I guess.
Okay, king f4.
And pawn takes f6. Queen takes, I guess. And then maybe just white can take on g4, maybe with the queen, and then this.
So once again we make a check. Let's say king goes anywhere. Taking on g4, right?
That's probably.
Yeah, but do we break the fortress? I mean, like, if we just stay on the fifth rank with the rook.
No, not easy. We will lose
because
the rook.
a lot of
We'll
checks.
lose the rook. Yeah, probably.
But maybe it was was it a bit premature to resign in this position? Okay, of course, Maxim was quite disappointed with the whole stuff, with the whole game, but still, I mean, at least to make a couple of moves more.
Well, now we're supposed to have a little break, I guess. And we'll be back shortly. And probably we'll have some special guests here with us. Stay with us.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских...
Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Девочки, не заходите.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки. Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном. Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья. Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
So we are back, and as promised, we have a very special guest with us. Alexandra Kostyniuk has just finished her game against Alexandra Garechkina, rating favorite of the tournament. So, Alexandra, please tell us about your game. Maybe point out some critical moments.
Well, it started not so interestingly. I mean, Alexandra equalized quite easily, as I thought. And in the opening, I reached the following position where I spent quite a lot of time because somehow I missed this long side castle. But I think it's a key move, otherwise black will be in trouble.
Do you feel that it was still a preparation, or?
Well, it's one of the main lines here, so
it's one of the main
yes.
lines.
I mean, I analyzed a little bit another line at home, but since I missed long side castle, I decided why not to go here. But after long side castle, I started to dislike my position.
What about Queen A4? Here.
Knight G6 probably as well.
Knight G6, and what about Queen takes A7?
Sorry. I don't know how to calculate it. Yes, Queen A4.
Our guess was A6, but we were not 100% sure.
Probably.
Even A6, not King B8. Not King B8 because now you can take on A5, check, yes, F takes, and you have Queen B5 here, which is probably winning.
Probably.
Protecting the rook. That's why A6 is needed. But we were not sure about it.
I don't remember. I calculated Queen A4 as well for a long time, but somehow I didn't really like it.
Okay, let's...
So I played B4.
Yeah.
But after Knight G6, we reached this endgame, which I thought to be, well, equal. Because, okay, she has a temporary... She's controlling the E-file. But I will be able to exchange the rooks sooner or later. Well, at least it's my plan.
Oh, maybe Rook F2 immediately.
Rook F2.
Bishop H2.
Yes, Bishop H2.
Nice.
If she would go with this rook, then it would work. But here, unfortunately, it doesn't work because she just, retreats. The pawn is protected. So here I'm kind of obliged, as what I thought, to play Rook A to D1. After Rook E2. And after Rook D2 E7, G3, and then I play Rook F2. And, well, I thought that the position is about equal. She played Rook E4. Well, I'm not sure about this move, but it doesn't really, spoil a lot. Okay, Bishop F8. Okay. Anyway, I thought the position was very equal.
But what? We couldn't understand why Knight H8, why not, for example, if she's transferring knights, why not Knight E7? What was her concern after Knight E7?
I don't know.
Not easy to say, yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah, but, well, okay, maybe there is nothing wrong with Knight H8, but...
Yeah, it's a little bit too far.
Awkward, yeah, a bit, yeah. So
maybe she was afraid of Knight F4.
Okay.
But here I can also play Knight F4 if I want to. But I was very happy when she transferred her rook to the A5.
Really, yeah?
Yes, because I thought she should just, well, go to E8, King D7, Knight F7, okay, an equal position. Because my dream was actually to transfer my king to D3. For some reason I wanted to transfer it to D3 very much in all the lines. And after Rook A6, she is giving me this chance.
So she was kind of provoking her to play Rook A6, right?
Well, I wanted her to play. I didn't believe she was going to play Rook A6.
I see.
Because, even here, there are some concrete lines where she needs to calculate this Knight E6 idea. Okay, Rook takes A2 here, it doesn't work, but anyway. I think even visually here I've made progress. But she said to me that she missed some. She wanted to play rook a3 at some point, probably here, and but again, I don't know.
At 96, and then
At some point, she wanted to play rook a3. I don't know where, but with the knight on h8, I mean, it doesn't seem to be right.
Yeah, knight f7.
And here in the game, I started already feeling very happy about my position because, well, her bishop is badly placed.
Yeah, that is.
There is a feeling
her structure is good, but the pieces are strangely placed. Yeah,
there is a feeling that I might get something here.
Even bishop c1 here, right? Or
I played bishop c1. Yes, d5. I was trying to calculate d5 here, but I just didn't believe that it will work out.
And then
knight c4 probably. Knight e6, bishop e7, and then she can play, if I take, she can play rook d6 or something. Well, I didn't believe, I give too many squares to her pieces. That's why I played bishop c1, and after c6, I thought that I am winning, or very close to it. Okay, if I'd have my rook on e2, I'm just winning.
You're just in time to penetrate, yeah.
She played rook
e7.
She played
bishop e7, I think.
Not rook a4.
Not right here, I think. I think we are still in the game.
Okay, bishop e7 then. Rook e2. So I don't know what. Is it the game?
I'm not sure.
How do you get the game? Just to be sure, because all the lines are similar here. And okay, let's pretend it's a game. I don't remember it. Okay, I played h4. Yes, I'm not sure if I have something here, but I started. Okay, h5 was. I like the idea with knight c5, b takes c5, closing all her pieces on the queen side very much. But since in the game I didn't succeed, I thought maybe I should have started with h5, with the idea to wait for a5, and then go to e6. She has knight e5 as well here, but I don't believe, it looks very, very...
even bishop g5 is...
bishop g5 is not winning.
Yeah, but white is out of risk here, it's clear.
Well, it's not
maybe
a question
g4.
of... G4, yes, okay, so that's one story. And another one, so I was calculating, g6 here, take, knight c5, so the same position. The problem with the pawn on a5, she wants to take on a3 already.
But does she have intermediate a takes b4? Well,
she does, but I thought that her plan... you mean that the rook is not closed anymore?
Yes, and now g6, for example.
Okay, maybe.
Or even rook a1. Maybe rook a1.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so I also saw that it's too slow. But I didn't see what else. Because a5 is a threat. She wants to play a5.
Right.
Then she will be threatening to take on a3. So I thought at least that I played very logically.
Yeah.
Kind of. B takes c5. And, for example, if she plays a5 here, I thought that I have this plan. I go with my king to b3, and my position, I thought, was close to winning.
But maybe her king should
Okay,
go
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she goes... Well, I thought it doesn't matter. Because if she goes to g4, I don't really care about the pawns.
Yeah,
I want to go...
Yeah, her pieces are very
Yes, I want to go with my rook.
That's probably...
It looked... But the problem is that she doesn't have to play a5, of course. She played h5. And this plan with king c2, king b3 doesn't work anymore because of knight a5 check. She always has a square of knight a5. And actually, yes, I started calculating rook g2. with the idea, for example, g4, but then I realized that g4 is not an idea because she just takes and plays knight e5. So I thought, okay, I always can get back to e2 and give a check, but then it's not clear why I should play rook g2. Rook f2 seems to be more...
Just to make her scared.
Well, I mean, she can also play f5. I think it's not a big problem.
Right.
And I didn't see anything here. Although after c6, for some moments, I thought that I might be better already because it's...
It seems, your pieces are still limited to defensive duties, let's say. Yeah, they cannot move far from a3 pawn.
I can. That was my idea, to sacrifice it at some point. I can sacrifice if I manage to, for example, win the pawns on the king side. Who knows? So, but yeah, maybe I had some chances, but I just didn't see them, and I had time trouble was approaching, so I went for this line, which is very...
So maybe instead of playing knight e6, knight c5, maybe...
Well, at least I felt like I might have some chances here. I might be mistaken, I don't know. But, I mean, with the rook on a4, I wouldn't be surprised if it's true. Even d5 you have to consider. I don't know. I mean, the rook is... she's not threatening to take on a3 yet. The problem is that she's threatening to play a5.
Right.
That's her threat.
She needs to be in time playing a5, right?
Yes.
Maybe she's not.
So, but who knows? I didn't manage to prove it.
Oh, okay. That's still very exciting, interesting game. Full of many interesting technical points, some nuances, and very unusual situation. And then, yes, well, both sides actually sort of stalemate. Okay, but black is stalemate and white cannot improve.
Yes, as they say, dynamical equality.
Yeah, let's say. Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Alexandra. Have a nice rest day.
That's up to you, I believe, to make this day nice.
I will try my best.
Okay, I'm sure you will.
Thank you anyway. So we'll stay with us. We'll be back after a short break.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских...
Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет? Ой, девчонки.
Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном? Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
So we are back to the last moments of the 6th round of the Russian Superfinal here in Central Chess Club in Moscow.
Yeah, the only game remaining in the men's section, it's Antipov against Dubov.
Yeah, which is a big surprise. We still have a remaining game in the men's section. And also another surprise is that 2 games have already finished in women's section.
Yeah. Yeah, so Kostyanyuk and Gerechkina concluded a piece. Kashlinskaya also drew against Garifulina. So Garifulina seems to be very solid, despite being so young.
Well,
so this is the position.
No single loss so far.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Very impressive.
Quite mature play even for this young chess lady.
And we are already exactly on highway. Oh, sorry, on halfway of the tournament. Yeah.
Better to be on the highway, by the way. Okay, so Shuvalov against Pogorina. It seemed to me that White's position is just absolutely winning, but then, well, maybe I was just misevaluating. I was mistaken, and now, well, still White remains a solid advantage. Knight c7, but it's not that it's far from being clear how White will proceed, because they have to get rid of this pin on the second rank. Probably they have to, but Rook c3 is somewhat I basically do like. But what's going on after Bishop e4, Rook Knight e4, and Rook e2?
Or Rook e2 immediately.
Or Rook e2 immediately, by the way. It's maybe even stronger. Rook e2 immediately. That could be the move.
Okay.
Could it be blundered?
Well, yeah.
No, but what to do then? Because after Rook e2, White has to give up the pawn on e5. It seems to me.
Right. It seems like.
So the Bishop f3.
Still, just take on e5.
And still take on. I mean, simply, White. I mean, White has blundered the pawn.
Maybe the problem is that Polina failed to find a
better move.
No, maybe Rook e1 should have been
c1. Yeah, right.
Instead, yeah.
Yeah. So that was the move, and also. Probably after Bishop d5, Bishop e4. Okay, so Knight c7, and this is the position.
Yeah, it seems like...
Could it be e5, e6, or it's a bit premature? Okay, you can play King of 8 still. Play King of 8, but that's a different story.
Yeah, but still Rook e2. Still Rook e2.
Still Rook e2. Let's say I take on d5, you take with pawn.
Maybe Bishop f3 here, right?
Bishop f3 also.
If you take, I have a nice choice. By taken by
such a pleasant choice.
Yeah.
But then I take there, take on e6, and what's...
yeah, that's true, yeah, of course. Yeah.
So Rook c3, and probably it's a small blunder, but it's far from being clear how White could really save the pawn on e5 without getting really damaged.
Maybe
g4. Okay, it looks a bit awkward, but then still Rook e2, that's right.
Still Rook e2. Rook e2 is a threat. Huh?
Rook e2 is the threat. And if we take on d5 immediately, Knight takes, can really avoid Knight e3 check, by the way.
Even King g1 is not avoiding it, yeah?
Maybe push the king? No, but if King g1, I think at least Black has Knight e3.
Yeah.
Then King f3.
But then
could be played.
Maybe Rook a3 check.
Rook a3, King g4.
Yeah, but this is getting dangerous, yeah? Rook d4?
Oh, but not really, I think.
Not really. King f5.
King f5.
Brave king.
Brave king.
Rook f3.
King f7 maybe.
No, Rook f3. Knight c7.
You're mating.
Rook f7 mate.
You're mating in this way. And then if King g6, let's say...
King g6 is not mating.
but it seems
not
far from being mated, that's true.
Knight e7.
Knight e7, and then Rook f5 mate. That's the way how White can lose this game. Well, so far from being clear, and Rook e2 is played, and seemingly Natalia will take the... will be the first player who took at least half of a point against the current leader.
And third consecutive game, Natalia is in big trouble during the game.
But then survives.
And survives. 8 times she survives, and we also remind you that she managed to beat somehow Marina Guseva.
Yeah. And this is a position in Antipov Dubov, but that's gonna be absolutely drawish. Yeah, the simple point being that black couldn't really avoid the chasing of the g6 pawn. Let's say pawn takes, so f takes, I think f takes g5 will be played, but maybe there is even nothing wrong with h takes g5.
But if f takes, so the only idea is moving the king toward the queen side. For example, okay, king f8, king h3, let's say.
But I do not really believe in it.
Yeah, it's hard to believe.
Yeah, let's say king h3 is fine.
King e8.
But then rook g7 probably.
Right away, or we can wait. What
even right away.
Okay, rook takes a4, rook goes back to b4.
Well, just some small inconveniences, but I think it's not gonna be that bad.
But maybe b5, right?
b5, well, let's see.
Rook g4.
Then rook f5, well,
rook
just a draw.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, obviously it's just that draw position. And what are the other entertaining games? Guseva against Grenal. White is clearly winning.
Yeah, but king on h8.
I mean, yeah, we took the control on b3 square, and our king is proceeding towards the h5 pawn, and then there, and then mate. I don't know how black will find the proper defense against it. So this game is also yet to be finished because black has absolutely no counterplay. Their position is just
not the most
quite
exciting
disgusting.
This moment, yeah.
Yeah, Shuvalov Pogonian rook e2 is played, and Pogonian is in a tight trouble. Maybe we can try to find something very unusual.
She's quite often in time troubles.
So king f3, king f3, can it be played?
King f3
looks a bit scary. Looks a little bit scary.
But who knows?
Maybe we can try knight b5. Knight b5 maybe.
No.
Knight b5, rook g3 could be the move that I probably blundered. Yeah, say rook g3 and I don't know how I can get the pawn back. So king f3.
What is White's next move? This is.
You mean like they're probably a bit.
Or maybe king f7.
Maybe I want to play rook e3. I don't know.
Rook e3. Rook e3.
Could it be? I don't know. Yeah, I want to unpin somehow. But even after rook e3, I think you might have some rook c2 stuff. Basically, I don't think that white is much better.
What about just taking an e4?
Rook or bishop?
No, bishop. And knight
bishop,
e6,
knight e6, yeah. Rook g3.
Rook e3 is still possible.
Rook e3 is possible. Yeah, and then it's at least something.
At least something, yes, okay. At least.
Yeah, let's say if you take, we probably take with a king, check, king d2.
No, okay, but then it's still pawn up, yeah, okay. This is.
Yeah, I mean, like, could we try to take this pawn back, I mean, urgently? Well, because I didn't want to play knight e4 because of f4, so I will not allow f4, but it may be not a great idea. Because you'll attack c6, and in this particular position, I'm not sure I have an idea.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, so like king f3 and rook e3 is the possible plan, at least to create something.
And also, what's wrong with the king f3? Yes, and king f7, rook e3 is the idea, right?
Yeah.
Still.
Or you mean you can still take on a4, play king e6? Yeah, I don't believe I'll take with the king.
Maybe rook c2 also.
And rook c2. Well, it has to be holdable for black for sure. They have very effective pieces.
Yeah, but time travel is approaching.
Yes, that could be the factor. So f take g5 is taken by Mikhail Antipov. By the way, just to remind you, I think we a bit missed it, that Svidler and Chigaev's game ended in a draw at b4. So this was the position when we initially saw that white is better, but Chigaev somehow proved that we've been mistaken, or maybe we were right, but it wasn't something special. King g2, and then there's an endgame with no weaknesses for black and quite active pieces. The pair of bishops doesn't really, well, it just mean to be the main factor to bring whites an advantage. So in just a threefold repetition, yeah, bishop c5 was smart, and yeah, just creating a threat of taking on e3 and knight c5, and that's why rook c7, bishop d6, rook d7, forcing a draw was played.
Yeah.
So just a good game by Chigaev.
Yeah, but quite an interesting game actually.
Yeah. But frankly speaking, Maxim told me, I asked him how was your game, and he actually told me that after bishop g4 he misplayed, because after king f1 bishop f3 is a bit premature, he had to start with g6, and then the position, some kind of positions may occur, let's say after h3 bishop takes f3, so it's like bishop f3 even giving a tempo. So g6 was even more clever.
Sure.
There.
Because anyway, for example, white cannot.
Well, they can play knight g3, but then bishop g7 we can take on f3 anytime. So we are not.
Now bishop e3, but maybe after knight g3 he can take on f3 immediately.
Yeah, but what is the difference basically?
No, but then I will not take with the pawn anymore. For example,
so that's it. Yeah.
Bishop e3.
Yeah, I've got it. But you know, like still, even there, let's say I play knight h5 or knight d7, knight h5. That's let's say bishop e3, knight h5.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's just playable for black.
This can be the reason.
Okay, so but anyway, knight f1, probably black wasn't just that bad. Just a normal position, maybe a one tempi down. Even in tempi position, Maxim proved that he's not worse there. Or at least the position is playable. That's been proven in the game. So what I think all of the games, all of the remaining games are more or less clear, except Shuvalova against Pagonina, because I think anything may occur. Draw or, well, basically I don't believe black can win, only if white blunders something badly. But white still has some practical chances, extra pawn. But the other games are, I think...
King f3 is played, bishop takes e4, knight a4.
And knight somewhere, for sure.
Knight a6, yeah.
Knight a6.
Knight b5 is also...
knight b5, rook d3, that's what I didn't like.
Rook d3.
Probably there is still nothing wrong with it. But at least some practical problems. So I think you need to calculate rook f7, but it means that at least I can release my rook finally. So when that's far from being clear. So king f3 is just a very good practical chance. Or maybe it's been...
Yes, somehow...
Maybe Shuvalova just seen rook e2 and king f3, she was ready for it. Because on the first side, rook e2 seems to be just a move that equalizes, but king f3, bishop takes, knight
but
e4.
Now maybe... I don't know why she played so quickly. Bishop takes e4.
Maybe she's seen something.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because instead of bishop e4, black may include some knight jumps before. Okay, knight e4.
No, because now somehow...
Okay, once again, let's say
Because pawn f2 is protected, so rook f1
Yes, I mean,
is
like,
released.
finally we can release our rook. So let's say knight e6. You can even play rook d1 there,
Rook
by the way.
d1 maybe there.
Yeah. I mean, threatening to take on c6.
Well, Natalia needs to find maybe g5. Maybe g5.
Right there.
No,
right.
no, after
knight e6. Creating a threat of playing
g4.
Which
is not a threat.
Yeah, but the point being that we can still take on c6, right? Can we? I know, like, you can play g4, take, rook e4, king f5, knight d4.
No, okay, yeah.
And still this position remains unclear.
Some tricks, yeah.
Well, it's probably a draw, but black is the side who is...
Yeah, black is a bit suffering.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's still, the game is full of life over there. And it's quite easy to misplay something. Because, like, potentially we have, like, 1, 2, 3 good moves. Maybe it's... Well, I think rook c2, some rook c2.
And time is running out.
And time is running out, and could it be a misfortune for Natalia and just a 6th victory in a row for Polina? It will be well, 5 out of 5, 4 out of 4 was impressive. 5 out of 5 was twice more impressive. 6 out of 6 before the rest day. It will be I don't know. Maybe it will be a record.
Sounds, I mean, irrespectful.
Yeah, at some point, yes. Humiliating all of the opponents. I mean, not even giving a half of a point. I think I would never score 6 out of 6 in the Women's Superfinal. I think neither you also.
No.
I think neither any of men's Superfinal participants, because they have like Gerachkina. I don't know, a lot of strong players. Pagonin is also strong. It would be a very, very hard. I mean, we're just showing respect to Shuvalova because the result is very impressive. Rook b7 is in Giria's game. The position is like, it's impossible.
No, okay, this is going to be first win in this tournament for Olga. So, by the way, rook takes b5 is unavoidable.
Really? Yeah, so okay, bishop has to retreat, but okay, then rook b6.
a6.
Okay, let's just calculate if... so black is not even in time to...
No, even after knight f5.
Okay, but even after knight f5, the point being that knight is very bad protecting the angle rooks to promote. So a7, a8 is unstoppable. Yeah, no reason to...
First.
Yeah, so yeah, I think we can already congratulate Olga. Yeah.
She was on -2, I think, yeah?
Was she? Not -1.
No,
I remember he lost against against whom? Against Gunina and
somebody else, I think.
Not really.
Not really, yeah. So Lisa Mikhailovna just resigned, I think.
Yeah, so she was just simply stalemated.
Yeah.
White can do almost anything. By the way, the plan was king d3, king c4, taking on b4 is winning. So, I mean, like, yeah, just dominating performance by Guseva. Very good game, by the way, sacrificing opponent, convincingly increasing her initiative, convincingly developing her initiative. Yeah, it would be better said. Yeah, Shuvalova against Pagonin. Pagonin is in time trouble. It's white to move. Knight e6, and let's try to find the forced win. By the way, if is there any forced win? Let's say rook d1, g5. We're not even obliged to take on g5. That's what we can admit there. We're not obliged to do it.
We can also play rook d6.
We can also play rook d6. That's the reason. That's a clear reason. And once again, if g4, then king simply takes rook e4, king f5. Well, maybe it's like still some slight practical chances, but seemingly white is winning.
Olga Gira won her game.
Yeah, so Grigorieva resigned after rook b5. Yeah, no surprise, the position is lost. Yeah, Grigorieva has to bounce back to the rest day. She's young, she's a good tactical player, but I think anyway, even this is the first year of Superfinal for her. The current performance is obviously lower than, I think, lower any expectations.
Yeah, her real strength.
Okay, so in 96, what have we been calculating? Rook d1, g5, rook d6, g4, take, check, king f5.
And that's it, yeah?
Yeah, basically that's it. Let's say if rook retreats somewhere...
King takes.
King takes or rook takes, that's the question.
Takes, I think, yeah.
Rook takes, aiming to create some mating net, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say if you take, we play king g6.
Yeah,
anyway, the position is like absolutely lost. And after king f8, winning is almost everything is winning literally. King h6, rook f6, rook any c6, any legal move. So rook c3, could it be that just Shuvalov done everything the best? Okay, let's say once again. Bishop d5. So bishop f7, bishop f5, rook a2 was played. Rook f1, bishop g5, bishop e4. Maybe knight c7 was a mistake. Okay, let's try to figure out. Could black have another option? So once again, if rook e2, I just can't get the whole point.
No, bishop takes.
Bishop takes and rook c e1, right? I mean, like, what was the idea?
Mm-hmm. Probably.
Rook e1.
No, it's still.
I mean, still, it's far from being clear.
Yeah. Maybe king f7 or...
King f7, let's say. Yeah, we need to solve the problem with the rook, but now... maybe we can try something like... So I think we do not want to push the pawn, right? e6. Pawn on e5 looks more, I would say, aesthetic. Yeah, if rook b1, let's say. Could it be? Or not really? No, I just find the better way. Instead of rook b1, sorry. Yeah, once again, like, if bishop takes... Yeah,
after rook e2.
Right, rook e2, bishop takes, pawn takes. At least we have knight d3. I mean, threatening some checks in rook in knight c1. Maybe not even there, but seemingly this position is winning for white.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a position on tip of Dubov, but what was the... So king f3 was played instead of king h3.
Mm-hmm.
But black couldn't really progress in this position. So let's say, once again, if we play king h3, what black can do? Basically nothing.
Oh, the only plan is king e8.
King e8, then we take, right?
Mm-hmm.
We take the pawn, rook takes. Okay, once again, let's try rook b4. But then rook f6. King e7.
Maybe king e7.
King e7, yes. Well, but basically nothing is changing.
a4.
a4, then we play...
Then rook b3.
Then rook b3. That's the point. Once again, king e8, rook g7. Okay, can we wait one move more? Let's say king g3.
Yeah, maybe.
King d8 and one move more, king h3. I just want to not give you any checks on g4. King c8 has to be played, otherwise some kind of Zugzwangs.
Yeah, right.
Rook g7, rook takes.
Rook takes, but then maybe king b7.
But I'm not sure that you're in time now
I don't know.
Not to equalize. Well, the position even after king e8 has to be drawish. I mean, even if we take it on g6 earlier, maybe I just made a couple of stupid moves. But still, Dubov's trying to find some practical chances. Rook a6 is on the board. Maybe not much. Let's say b4, which is very principled. But then what? b4, this is somewhat I like for black.
Maybe still G6.
G6, king F8, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I will not be in time to bring my king to B3.
And also after G6, I think I can try B3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you have G7, Rook G4, Rook A5. This is what I blundered.
No, but why not king F8?
Yeah, of course, king F8 is possible.
But king E7 is played instead.
Instead of... Yeah, what was the reason? Once again. B4, what could it be the other reason? King approaching? Not really. Because of king E4 or... I mean like B3 or king G3, Rook B4, simply winning. Yeah, I can't get the whole point. King E7. Maybe we are just blundering something. Could it be that it will be just difficult for black to progress after Rook B6? Check. King F4, well. But then even Rook H3 has to be considered.
Still G6.
Like we take the pawn.
It should be draw somehow.
Yeah, it should be draw. Somehow it should be draw. Rook A7, and then Antipov forces Daniil Dubov to push his king forward. But I don't know what is the reason behind. King D6. Well, I would rather prefer king E6. I don't know why. Ah, so now his plan is just to take the pawn on H4, play Rook G4.
No, I don't like this position anymore.
For white?
Yeah.
Neither me. But what was the critical mistake? King F8. So we decided it was better to wait for black to put their king on C8, and then like just because of this G5 pawn, this position has to be at least not worse for white. I mean, in case of...
let's check one more, that line. With
king G3,
king H3, yeah.
Queen H3, king...
waiting, yeah. Rook G7, take, maybe Rook B4 here.
Okay, Rook B4.
But still Rook H6.
I think you're just not in time. G6. Sorry, no.
Rook G4.
Yeah, okay, yeah. We take first.
Then A3.
Uh-huh. Well, for all of a sudden I'm just in time.
Yes.
So that was the forced line. But in the position in the end, white is simply winning, I think.
Maybe,
funny.
Yeah. Okay, this is... Oh, winning here, you mean, yeah? But no,
yeah, winning, just winning.
You think, yeah?
Maybe, you know, like some perpetuals. You know, black has to play Rook B3 and some perpetual checks. I don't know
if Rook B1.
If we can really approach.
Rook B1, Rook G5 still...
Has to be a draw in the Queen's Endgame.
Yes, but okay.
With the G pawn, usually it's a draw.
Exactly what black is looking
for.
Yeah,
of course. So I mean, taking risk for with an idea to suffer is a bit strange. So most likely that Daniil Dubov wouldn't opt for it. So G6 is played. Rook takes H4. Could it be that even this position is drawish, and we were blaming for no reason? Let's say Rook takes A5. Probably king C5 has to be played.
Yes.
And then Rook G4 is coming. And the king is a bit cut off of the B pawn. But let's say king C5, do we have some kind of Rook A2, for instance?
So the idea is after...
The idea that Rook G4 will play Rook G2.
Rook G2. Uh-huh.
So putting the rook behind the pawn is a very...
Very smart option.
Rook A2.
Maybe this is it.
So let's say once again, Rook A5.
I like it, yeah, I like it.
King C5. If not King C5, so what else black can really do? Nothing really.
Well, if he remains ambitious and looking for win, probably nothing else.
Yeah, because after B4, probably Rook G5 simply... No, it's not winning because of Rook G4. It makes a draw. Okay, rook a5, king c5, rook a2 was Mikhail's idea. So that's kind of smart. That's kind of smart.
No, yeah. Okay.
So probably another way to defend this position. Well, such a tense tournament. So while we saw that Dubov is winning, while we saw that Antipov has spoiled his drawing chances, still the position remains very, very solid. Shuvalov against Pagonin, this is a position on the board, and now we can say that White should be winning. This position has to be winning for sure.
Knight c5 is played.
King c5 is played, and rook a2 has to be the reply. Yeah, I can't see anything there. Just draw.
Yeah.
Rook a2 is played, by the way.
Rook d4.
Yeah, rook probably d4 is played.
Well, then okay, rook h2 is it's a dark draw, right?
Yeah, rook h2 probably is the most solid. So the point being that if black tries to hold the pawns, but then rook h5
and he loses.
And
h4,
black is lost.
h4 is the right way to proceed. But then g7, yeah.
Yeah, let's say rook h2, h4, g7. Black has to give up the h-pawn. Yeah, I mean, otherwise... Well, that's just a draw. Rook d4, and the draw has to be agreed quite soon. Shuvalov against Pogonin. Knight b5, and it's white to move. Maybe we can try to help Polina, let's say. Try to find the forced way to win the game. So f5 is a bit premature, right?
No, the king should go to f5.
But then check.
Yeah, no, but not immediately, but in general.
In general, for sure.
Say, what about... But by the way, what about knight d6?
Yes, I also thought about it. Let's say pawn, knight takes, pawn takes, or even we can maybe include. No, we cannot include. Let's say, yeah, taking there, but then maybe rook b7. That's right.
Rook b7, yeah. Somehow I forgot about it. Yeah. No,
rook,
but
then rook
a8, but it's no, it's not.
No, it's not a mate, unfortunately, for white. Okay, let's leave the knights on the board. We need them for sure. Okay, we can try to play, let's say, rook a8 or rook a5. Rook a5 just pinning everything, I would say. And threatening rook b5.
Rook a6 is played.
Instead of, Rook a6 is also a move. Knight d6 is an idea.
Right.
Yeah, so let's say if c4...
No, king e7 is already played.
King e7 is played, and, well, white's position has to be absolutely winning. And now even king f5, king g6 is an idea. One of them. In terms of beauty of chess, I would really consider knight f6. Funny enough, but I think it's a mate.
King f7, king f8.
Or the pawn promotes. Or the pawn promotes. King f8.
Rook g6 is played instead.
Well, yeah, I was talking nonsense just to make it more entertaining. But rook g6, what was the point? King f8.
Good enough, yeah, I think. G8.
Yeah, but then how to win this? How we should proceed?
Maybe even e6 should be considered.
E6? Well, it can be.
And then king f6.
You mean knight f6, yeah.
Knight f6.
Yeah, knight f6 is an idea. Yeah, it means that white's position is absolutely weak, but rook b6 was played instead. I don't know what was the reason to pull the king back on the 8th rank, but, well, nothing hurts, absolutely.
No, but e6 was probably winning on the spot.
Probably, but yeah. It's quite difficult to affect the current situation on the board with white. I don't know what white is threatening on the spot, but seems that yes, e6 was winning, but maybe rook b6 is even cleaner. Yeah, the only point being that we cannot play king a5 anymore. That is the only point. But black is also out of moves. And even in the time trouble,
maybe
it's
she
more
should
clever.
move her knight.
So d4.
Okay, knight c5 is possible.
Yeah, knight c5 is quite beautiful decision. By the way, knight d4 is played and knight c5 is winning on the spot. Yeah, I think it will be played. And in Getman against Gunina, we've got a lot of interesting stuff over there. Yeah, and for all of a sudden, black is suffering. Rook c2, rook g7, take the pawn.
Take the pawn is...
Well, could you know, but no, there is no rook c8. Yeah, so it takes the pawn, then king h7. But yeah, the position is absolutely winning for white just because of the kings. So it's not that easy for white to win, or what? King g6.
Maybe she should start pushing her pawns at some point. But she tries to avoid it. Just to...
King g6 is on the board.
Oh, maybe e5.
Yes, I see nothing wrong with a4.
a6 or e5. If she doesn't want to weaken her king, maybe e5 is also
still the king.
an option.
Yeah, I mean, black cannot really progress with this king. Rook c3 is played instead. What is the point? Let's say if h2, there's queen d6, which is kind of simple. And now white is threatening queen f5.
Oh, this is a threat, yeah.
Well, yeah. I bet there is not the only threat, but one of them.
By the way, after king h7, queen f5 is still good, yeah.
Yes, the pawn is losing. Rook f7 is played instead, preventing queen f5. But then, how to win? Let's say we make a check.
Rook f6 will be played.
Rook f6 and then queen g3. Well, maybe the most
nice.
The calmest. Queen d6 is played indeed. Maybe king h5 should be losing on the spot because of rook c5. And if king retreats on h7, I think basically I can do just the same.
Yeah, queen g4, queen g3 is still there.
Which is kinda easy. But queen g3, there's just a check on e6, but then rook b3 and still nothing really changing.
Right.
Yeah, so the draw agreed in Antipov against Dubov in this position. Well, just a good game, and Dubov was played in a quite solid manner. Reacted to c3, a4 stuff in a quite solid way. But unfortunately for him, it was not enough to win the rook endgame. With some weaknesses in white's camp, but it wasn't enough for sure. His king was too passive. And Shavalov against Pogonina. White is 2 pawns up. And, well, rook d7 is played. So what's the point? If king goes back, we can play king f5. And rook c6. And even knight rook d6 has to be winning. Yeah, rook b7, rook d6, both moves as winning. Maybe rook d6 is even easier. King f8 is played instead.
Rook d6.
Yeah, rook d6, king goes back somewhere. I don't know where exactly. But then king f5, right?
Then king f5, yeah.
Yeah. More or less clean game for Polina Shuvalova, by the way.
Really?
So
it seemed to me that she missed off some considerable advantage in the time trouble. Maybe I don't know if there wasn't time trouble in this game, but at some point it seemed to be just completely hopeless for Natalia. But then suddenly this endgame was not so desperate for her.
Yeah, she could have tried something more principled, at least force white to sink in the in the calculations, but
who knows? I don't know. Maybe that was not that clear. Maybe it was still quite solid.
Yeah, this is the current position on the board in Getman Gunina. Okay, this. Yeah, Gunina has to resign, obviously. And Shuvalova against Pogonina is gonna be the last game. So Tatiana Getman scores her first victory in the tournament and beating Valentina Gunina.
Mm-hmm.
And so once again, it's all about consistency. So Valentina, we know Valentina is a very strong player, and I remember her winning, I think, some very strong rapid event in England.
In London,
like, yeah, in London, scoring I think 8 out of 9 or like
maybe even 10 out of 11.
Even 10 out of 11, but sometimes it happens to her that he may lose to the lower rating opponent. Of course, it's Russian Superfinal, but still, I would rather. Well, there is nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong of losing to the stronger opponent, at least. I mean, mathematically, I mean, if he's higher rating, but losing to the lower rated opponent is very painful. I know this feeling.
Yeah, but
I also have a habit of it.
Yeah, we cannot take their rating of this as youngsters. I mean,
yeah, because they're usually underrated.
Underrated, yeah.
Anyway, Valentina used to be 25-30 player.
Right. She went down last year. I mean, yeah. She's got very bad year. Unfortunately, it happens from time to time. But okay, let's hope she will be back quickly.
Yeah, she will. Rook d7. So what white is aiming for? King f8 has to be played.
King f5, I think, is.
And then king f5.
But then okay, knight d4 is possible. But still, maybe
knight d4,
king g6,
king g6,
king h7, then check,
and king h7 or whatever. Rook d6. But I mean, everything should be winning. Yeah, so this is the last game in progress. Shuvalova against Pogonina. And currently Pogonina is plus 1 or plus 2.
So what happened? Valentina has already resigned, yeah?
She already resigned, yeah, in this position. Yeah, because the queen, lose the queen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The last remaining game, and it won't last long for sure. And knight c7 is a very smart move. By the way, knight c5 is the only legal move, and after knight c5 we can even play rook d5. I mean, yeah, and instead of rook d5, I think e6 is winning even easier. Because
why?
the pawn.
Just take king e7?
No, I mean, yeah, e6 is. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just blundering the rook. I didn't see that it's hanging. Yeah, so of course, yeah, rook d5. I mean, rook d5, king e7 is on the board. King f5. Black's king couldn't really approach to the knight, so it can't really disturb. Knight a6 could be played at some occasion. Knight e6 is also hanging, so I think it's a good time. I mean, it's.
No, knight b3 or knight b7.
Knight b3, but it will be played for sure.
Absolutely desperate.
Yeah, we can even.
Yeah, Natalia just resigned.
Yeah, Natalia resigned, and
congratulations to Polina for her.
that's very impressive.
Incredible.
That's just incredible. 6 victories in a row in the women superfinal.
Yeah. Maybe never happened before. Well,
Never, maybe never
Surely
happened
never
before,
happened
and but still the game against Alexandra Gorechkina is in the
Is
future.
ahead.
Yeah.
It's around 10th, I think.
So we'll see, and
So we'll see if any tension remain until around 10th.
of course, Gorechkina obviously will try to reach her.
Right.
And well, so in the men's section, once again, Kirakin and Nepomniachtchi improving their positions and sharing the first with the difference of a full point ahead of Fedosiev and Artemiev. Artemiev scoring his first victory in the tournament against Andrei Yesipenko, and Vladimir Fedosiev making a more or less easy draw against Nikita Vityugov.
By the way, a lot of decisive games in men's section, 3, which is rather unusual.
Yeah.
And yes, and we have 2 players on +3 and 2 players on +1.
And in the women's section, we've got 4 decisive results out of 6. Of course, it's not the record. The record was, I think, 5.
Black day, yeah, for black.
It was black day for black pieces.
Yeah.
And only Gorechkina and Garifulina managed to hold the draw against Kostyniuk and Kashinsky respectively. So just to remind you that tomorrow we have a day off of chess. Yeah, once again, the cross table. Yeah, Mikhail Antipov, Alexei Ganov obviously need to improve their positions, as well as Yesipenko and Matlakov. Yeah, so but the tournament still remains quite tense.
And then women's super final.
Yeah, Tatiana Getman scoring her first victory against, well, a super attacking Valentina Gunina.
And Allegri Furan remains on the clear third with +2.
Yeah, playing quite solid.
Yeah, and by the way, she will play Polina Shuvalova in the next round.
Yeah, it should be very promising.
The day after tomorrow.
Yes, just once again, just to remind me, tomorrow we have day off. But don't forget to switch on the same channel, but probably the other link. Round 7 of Russian Superfinals, 3 p.m. Moscow time. We'll be back to the action and, well, good luck, be healthy, and enjoy chess.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских.
Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем. Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки.
Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру вы будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном. Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать. Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.